currently you and Leia are on like a little split screen thing. It looks not great, but at least you're in roughly your frames.
Okay.
Okay, so last time, our last session was one of the sillier sessions we had. I don't think it requires the same depth of restating what happened as some of them did. So I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to start this session off talking to each of you about the long trip to Elanath and what you maybe think you may be doing during that time. I'm not going to role play an entire 2 weeks out of this travel. The world is not in quite as much of the constant peril that you often get to in fantasy games, where every day on the road is going to be necessarily a crazy adventure. So instead, we're just going to kind of go one by one, and we're going to talk about what maybe that person did on their time. And I will be taking volunteers for whoever wants to go first.
For everywhere.
And the person who goes first gets inspiration.
Ooh,
Go first.
I still haven't used mine.
All right, Zakaria, you're up.
Okay, so I know that I think I started this last time, but I skimmed that raccoon corpse.
All right. Yes.
And then sewed the skin back together because I did a very bad job skinning it.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna be like in the evenings when we're sitting around our campfire. I'm gonna be attempting to taxidermy it with absolutely no training whatsoever.
Yes. Okay. All right. What do you think that ends up looking like? Like, how do you try to taxidermy it? Like, what are you stuffing it with, even?
Yeah, I'm just gonna find, like, as we're walking around, I'm gonna find, like, I don't know if there's like bits of tumbleweed or something that looks like it would like hold shape really well.
Okay.
But maybe not be too soft to where I think it might rot over time.
Okay. All right. How about you guys go past like a lake or something at some point? You find some cattails. They're like bushy-headed cattail type things.
Perfect.
So they're fairly
these
rigid.
Are perfect. I'm just gonna collect these. This is gonna be great for stuffing it. I think I'm gonna find like maybe some wood that I can kind of carve into a head shape for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and like fashion it in so that it kind of looks like a raccoon again.
All right.
Like stitch it back together. I have learned about like tanning and leather work, so I do know how to prepare the skin so that it won't like rot and get super gross. So that's what I would like to spend my evenings doing.
All right, so I would like you to give me just a performance check, and we'll just call this kind of the overall quality.
14 plus 2, 16.
16. Okay, so this is very rudimentary, but it actually comes out looking pretty good, right? You could do a little bit of carving to make the darker part of the eyes on the head. The patched bit of reconstituted raccoon fur sticks to it fairly well. And the most important thing is that when you show it to your fellow companions, they can actually identify it as a raccoon and not just some fuzzy abomination.
That is a great question. I'm gonna find some like dark pebbles that are roughly
That's
the
gonna
same
look so
size.
creepy.
Yeah, and I think probably I find one that's a little bit bigger than the other one.
So it always looks like it's giving you a discerning look.
It's like.
Hey guys, I don't need to be an adventurer anymore. I'm now a taxidermist.
And I'm just like really proud of myself for learning this new skill.
Awesome. Who wants to go next?
Can I get inspiration for that?
Yes, you get inspiration. I'm gonna pick somebody. Okay. Honor, you're up next.
Okay. I'm probably gonna every night still work on Infernal with Peril, and also make sure that I am casting Arcanist's magic aura on the compass every night.
Okay.
So that way, it's now been 2 weeks fully that we've been casting it. If I do it for another 2 weeks, it's permanent. And that, and probably like every night I am continuing to like work a little bit more on like the illuminated letters I make, because like every time I try to just have like a couple of each like letter and like a couple of each Vigdaladonian symbol on me, just to like have, so like once I give one away, I then work on another one and that kind of thing. So it's like I always have one of each of them to like give to someone.
Yeah, so you're like Z and your J are like super old, and the T and the R are really new. And
if I
But,
don't
like-
spend the entire 2 weeks on my raccoon, I would love to ask Honor to teach me to do the illuminated letters.
sure, yeah. I mean, I don't think you'd be using every moment of every day working on
Yeah.
that. So
So I would love, like, I just.
Yeah, so it's like I'll probably teach you like the like beginnings of like you have to make your own like paste to like have the gilding on it, and you have to like do like the sheets of gold and everything, and then you make the shell gold as well, which is a different type of pigment. And I'll show you how to make different pigments and things like that, and then the different like you draw them out, and then very like fine haired painting for these.
Amazing.
you can definitely tell someone knows how to do this in real life.
Zakaria really just wanted to learn the letters, and you're teaching me how to make paint. She's a little bit impatient, but
I didn't hear any of that.
Oh.
Yeah, we didn't get any of that.
Zakaria just wanted to know how to make the letters, and you're teaching me to make paint, and she's a little bit impatient.
Well, it's probably like I'm just probably like while I'm making it for myself, like refilling my own pigments. I'm just like, oh, this is what I'm doing, kind of thing. And then like I'm using this for this and things like this, and it's like because you use like different, you use shell gold versus like actual like gilding for different areas and things like that. So it's like I'm probably just saying like that's what this is here and things like that, and just explaining as I go. So like.
Awesome.
All right, great, Honor. Who wants to go next?
I'll go.
Okay, Zamboni, the Great.
I want to see if I can convince anyone to gamble with me.
Is like travelers or like the other party members?
The other party member. Or are there other people around?
I'm going to say that you don't even count. I mean, the first couple of days you definitely encountered some.
Yeah,
interesting,
no, other people is better than party members.
Okay. Let's say let's give a performance check for this actually.
Uh, 26.
Great. So over the time that you guys spend. Oh, I just started getting an echo.
That's
That-
weird.
Trying to figure out, is that still going on? Hello, hello?
No, it seems
Nope.
like it's better.
We
now.
don't get an echo at all from over here, so.
Yeah, I was getting it from you guys somehow. I'm not sure how. Anyways, so over the 2 weeks that you're there, with 26, you managed to like almost every passerby. You're hi, hey, how's it going? Do you like trying to be all friendly and stuff? And then maybe you spend some time around the campfire chit chatting, and then you're like, you know what would make this a really good night? Let's play some games. And they're like, oh, what kind of games? Like word games? And you're like, no. So I'm going to say over the time that you guys go through here, you gamble with a ton of people, and you manage to make 4 gold.
Okay. Do I really have 2,556 gold? Is that reasonable?
Did you buy
Yeah.
anything?
No.
Yeah, that's
Then,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
because you guys got
we
a
sold the
large
board
amount of
game.
money.
Okay. I
got
also
Reward.
inspiration is clicked, but I don't think I got an inspiration. I think that happened by accident. Does anyone remember?
No idea.
I'm gonna unclick it because I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Okay. Who wants to go next? Or is there anything else you wanted to do? Okay.
Making friends.
Okay, so I'll go next.
All right.
Like,
Zoom.
So Zoom spends a lot of time studying maps of Alnath, and in the evening he spends his time stargazing, studying the constellations and learning how to navigate
Got it.
by starlight. Yeah.
Okay. So you've been to Elanath before, mostly in passing. You've probably done some jobs there. It's known as the mercenary capital of the world, and it basically deals in money. Like there's no such thing as bribery in Elanath. It's just called the cost of business. And so pretty much everything has two prices. One is just gold, and the other is services. You go and you peruse the maps, and you're kind of like reminding yourself of this, of like what's in the town, and like you're like, oh yeah, I remember I went to like a tavern over there and stuff. So when we show up in Elanath, if you guys try to do investigation checks to like find a place or something, then as long as Zoom is heading it, you will get advantage because you've spent the time going over that information. The stars are pretty much as they always are. Beautiful and twinkly, and the moon of Acopia rises and sets each and every night, except for one night when it's a new moon. Okay, who's up next?
I don't have a lot to do. Like, can I roll a nature check and see if I find any interesting plants?
Just want to like look around for plants? Sure, yeah. Give me a nature check.
Pressing it. Hold on. Number.
The number.
Pressing the number. It's not going.
Do you have script turned off?
Yeah, you had that problem last time. I think it was the script thing.
Okay. Come back to me in 2 seconds.
Okay. Peril, how about you?
I think Peril's going to do, aside from obviously continuing to work with Honor on Infernal, I think she's just going to kind of focus on 2 things. I think she's going to continue to add to and review her notes that she has about Dragonborn and everything that she's learned prior to meeting everyone, and like what she's learned since about Laster and from the book, and just trying to see if there's anything that she can put together from that. And then the other thing she's going to do is just take interest in what all of her companions are taking interest in. So like helping to find stuff for the raccoon, watching how the paint's made, wants nothing to do with making things for giving away for Vagdaladonian. Like she's not going to participate, she doesn't want to deal with it. But watching Zamboni like swindle people, just and like with no judgment. Like there's no judgment here. She's just learning what all of her companions like and what they're interested in, and she's going to ask Zakaria if she can quietly watch her morning prayers, but she's not going to say anything. If it bothers her, like, does it bother you if I watch your morning prayers?
Not at all. You're always welcome.
Great. Yeah, so Morton, any...
Here we go. I opened it in front of me. It's more forgiving. 12. I got a 12.
12 for nature? Okay, so a little bit better than average. Yeah, the plant life of this region of Acopia is primarily like just verging on boreal forest. So it's got a lot of evergreen trees, and a lot of the plant life that exists there is stuff that will hide into the snow when it becomes winter and stuff. Right now it is not winter unless you're in certain parts of the hunting grounds which has magically turbulent weather. The things that you find are not really anything out of the ordinary, but you get a good feeling for what natural things are around. So maybe later on, if you're trying to find a specific thing, I will give you advantage on the roll.
Okay, so like nothing like hemlock or a good preservative or... Hemlock would be more watery.
I don't think with a 12 that you find anything like that. Okay. Great. I didn't skip anybody, did I? Everyone's gone? Yes. Okay, good. Someone would have called out. 6 people is slightly too many for my memory to get in one place. It's like trying to remember all the 7 dwarfs. It's like, I know what they are all, but if I try to list them out, there's always going to be one I forget. So showing up at Elanath. Elanath is a fairly broad city. It is got high walls, much higher than any of the walls that you found in Basilica. It's an older city, so that these walls have seen a lot of weathering. They have much more like regalia and stuff chiseled into them that shows age and eminence, I guess you could say. It is clear that they've been around for quite a long time. There are multiple tiers of walls as you go in towards the center of the city, and in the very center of the city is a fairly tall and shiny keep. Off in the distance, you can also see one part of it that is just got a fairly high rise of trees, some sort of park type structure or something. Approaching the outer gate, this is the northwest gate of the town, you are met by a cadre of guards, one of which is an ogre. There are a variety of non-humanoids that get mercenary work in Elanath, and this is one of them. This one is probably employed by the town, although most jobs here are done not by like career people. So people will mix and match vocations as their needs change and as their abilities change and as they learn new things. The ogre, who is maybe not the leader of this group, but at least the most imposing, lumbers over to you. He's wearing a blue tabard. He's got kind of a gold-colored, what's the thing? The aventail that's covering his neck. Armor that kind of stands out as because all of the other guards are also wearing that same thing. His helmet looks like it's a little bit too small for him, and it's kind of just rested on top of his head instead of like snugly around it. There's nothing covering his arms. They're just these big hairy arms. His fingers are the size of eclairs. You know, he comes over to, right then, what are you looking for in Elnath?
Have we come up with a cover story?
Jeez,
I've come to deliver something.
I didn't think I'd stump you guys with the first question.
We should have thought of these answers
Well, I mean, I
beforehand.
think we were just gonna say, like, we are delivering something from
Okay.
a shop in Basilica to another merchant here in Elanath.
Yes, we're looking for.
That sounds
Ash.
good. Yes, we can even tell them who we're looking at for.
You have your papers?
Do we have papers?
No, you weren't given like any papers. Just a 3x3 box with something inside of it that you're not really sure what it is.
What papers? We don't have any papers.
He rubs like a very scraggly looking beard that has little cuts in it because clearly he doesn't shave very articulately. No papers, eh? Maybe I just shouldn't let you into the city, huh? And he pulls a large battle axe off of his axe that he easily wields in one hand and
How much-
kind of thunks it on the ground.
How much would it cost to get papers from you? Can you provide us with papers?
Oh, yeah, I can do papers. Yeah, of course. And he holds up
Yeah,
four
written in
meaty
crayons.
fingers, like, oh, this many.
I could give him 4 silvers.
And he puts like one on each finger. Like, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Should have done coppers.
Pulls out like some like a quill that's clearly like there's a big ink stain on his side because he just shoves it into some pocket. There's no dipping well for it, and you can see he can barely, like, his fingers are way too large for this particular thing, so he's kind of like trying to hold it daintily, but daintily is not his native language, right? And he scrawls some sort of symbols onto a piece of parchment. He goes, "Here's your papers now," and then like, "All right, official stamp." And hands it to, I guess, Zamboni, who is standing in the front. All right, get inside.
Is this one of these guys, or is it?
He's the one who's approached you. There's some other guards that are kind of like sitting back and they're kind of like covering their mouths as they're watching the
They're
goings
just
on.
letting us out. They're
Yeah.
like, we don't care. Great.
Right.
In we
Go
go.
in.
Here you go.
All right, after you. I haven't got all day. And he sits down on the ground.
He absolutely does have all day.
Carol's keeping her mouth shut.
Oh, actually, I should ask, Peril, what is your current visual status? Are you disguised? Are you in disguise, magically or otherwise?
Yeah, I'm definitely magically in disguise. Hold on.
I'm gonna grab a beverage real quick. I'll be right back. I'll grab a few so I don't have to get up.
I'll mark it off.
Did you guys bring books?
I did.
Oh. That's weird. I don't have books.
And I will take them home with me when I leave.
Should put the homeless still not eating it.
It's been a while now.
I think so. There's at least some filtered water, yeah.
We're gonna take a long rest. Off your responsibility.
I was like, that's everything else is up. That's the only one. Maybe it just knew I wanted to do it. Maybe I'll do a long rest anyway. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna use disguise self, and I'm gonna pick the most bland, disappear into the background, half elf woman that I can.
Got it.
And that will probably be the form that I use while I'm in LNF.
As your default.
Yeah, as my default, unless need calls for something else.
Yep. Alright, we're unloading the snackos.
Oh, yes.
There's 2 different kinds of cheese.
I think those look like the same to me.
Yeah, one of them's provolone and one of them's Asiago.
Really?
I think
Your
this
guess
one's.
is as
Whoops.
good as mine on
I
which
think
is
that one's
which.
Asiago because I just smelled it.
And then this
Oh.
one's like a
No, they both
spicy-
smell the same.
This one's like a spicier one.
Trying to be like loudly punching. I realized you probably got an echo, so it's probably leaning around the microphone. Get food.
The cheeses actually smell the same, which is really weird.
So upon entrance to the city, they crank open the gates and let you guys through. The first thing that you see at Headway, there's just tons of pathways to go. This is a very busy city, but right in front of the entranceway is a big board, and it's got little notes that are tacked onto it. And there's a guy with a long pointer who's going up to people and saying, "Can I interest you in a job?" And he points to various things over here. "I've got a couple of opportunities for you. You look like you'd be really good at basket weaving, am I right?"
You are not.
Oh, okay. That aside, maybe you should apply anyways.
Oh, this town's really in need of basket weavers apparently.
That's not the only thing that we need help with. We also have someone here needs a instructor on how to run faster. This person over here has a disagreement with the local clockmaker, and we have some death priests here. Oh, you probably don't want that one. And then over here is
Disagreement with the local
clockmaker. Yeah.
Does he want someone to beat up the clockmaker or someone to make him a clock?
Well, I didn't think. Okay, sure, fine. This one says, and adjusts some glasses. Local clockmaker says that he thinks his competition is unfairly capable, and he wants them to be shaken down. I don't know if that's. Are we allowed to do that? Well, whatever. I'll just put that one
Here, shaking down any clockmakers.
No.
What's it pay?
What's it pay? Looks like 40 gold. Estimated time, 3 hours of activity.
What about the death priests?
Oh, this one's very dangerous. Apparently some death priests, well, you know how a bandolier has gone missing, right?
No.
Oh, of course. I'm used to so many people circulating through the city that know all of the events that have occurred. But in the last couple of days, the body of the great hero Bandolier has been kidnapped, or bodnapped, as the death priests say, from the catacombs. And we are desperately trying to find it. And by we, I mean not me particular, but the death priests had sent a small contingent over. They have a request for help. That maybe is up your alley. I noticed you have sort of shiny-ish armor.
I'm interested, yes.
What does that one pay?
Oh, this one is a 500 gold.
Oh, okay.
Please, can we have the information?
Sure. And he tears off a little bottom bit and then hands it to you. There you go. Just tell them that Gustavo sent you.
Stop.
I get 10%.
I love this man.
If you're looking for them, they've got a little tent near the entrance to the catacombs. I believe they're the leader there. What does it say on the slip of paper? Looks like it says. Sorry, one second. Gremlot. Yes, Gremlot. Good old Gremlot, little fuzzy fellow.
Is the leader of the Death Priests?
Yes.
Thank you. We will look into this. Can you point
Would
us?
we know
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
who Vandalier is? Would we know like the history of this hero?
You know what? Anybody who's trained in history, roll for it. This is actually not super well-known information.
So how do you get this job? Do you apply for it, or do you just do the thing and then say, "I've done the thing, give me the money"?
You have to apply for it, absolutely.
Okay.
20?
Oh wow, natural 20?
No.
Oh.
Dirty 20. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Bandolier. I mean, this is the guy, right? This is the mercenary hero, right? He took on more jobs in Ellenath than anyone previous to him. He was known for being very dexterous. Like it was often said that he could run so fast that his legs were a blur. That he was so perceptive with his eyes that he could see through walls. That he was as adroit with his hands as a spindle. And he apparently died in some sort of like caving accident. But then his body was put up in Ellenath.
And somebody stole his body?
Someone stole the body, yeah.
Have there been any other body nappings?
Well, I don't really know exactly. You have to understand, Bandolier is, well, think to yourself, if I might ask, how do we know the body has gone missing?
I was actually just going to ask that.
You're a very observant fellow. Because we keep magical wards in the area of the body to keep away grave robbers. Well, they went off one day, and the government went to inspect to see what had gone wrong, and they found the body completely missing. It's not like it walked away on its own accord, right? So we don't know where it's gone.
Did he die before the day of final rest?
No. Much more recent than that. Just a couple of weeks ago.
He
Why
died
would
just a
somebody
couple
want
weeks
his
ago?
body?
That's correct. Why does anybody want anybody?
Why does anybody want anybody?
Well, I can think of a few reasons.
So did you say when we came into the city we saw like a big park in the center?
Not quite the center, but it's like over there.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any
The point
idea
is that there are big bushy trees peeking out over the ramparts.
Did they give us any idea how we're supposed to find the person that we're supposed to be meeting?
So the person you're supposed to be meeting is
Ash,
Ash.
a
Excellent.
dryad, and I have that she's a gardener. So I'm guessing maybe if we go to that place with the big bushy trees.
Also,
And maybe ask Zoom to help us.
Yeah.
What was the name of the head priest?
Gremlot.
Grimlot. Okay.
Grimlock. The transformer.
Oh. Man, that would be really embarrassing if I accidentally named it after a transformer. I'm always terrified that some name I think is really cool is going to be like, like the equivalent of Dora the Explorer, and I'm like, and now you encounter the fearsome, person who I've decided has a Hispanic accent for some reason, Dora, and you're like, oh, Dora, like the Explorer, and I'm like, what, who? What? No, this is
Googling.
yes.
And you said that the death priests they had like a camp.
Yeah, that a little camp set up near the entrance to the catacombs.
Okay.
I don't really care about their job, but if we could get them to give us some stifle muffs, it might be worth it.
Good thinking.
That's a very good point,
Yeah.
Zamboni.
Yeah, I agree.
Some proper stifle muffs.
Yeah.
Very
Yes,
good
real
point.
ones.
maybe we find Ash first and at least uphold this part of the bargain and then go see about these death priests.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what else we were doing in Elenath. I feel like there were.
I think we were supposed to bring something back too, but
we weren't told what. Willow didn't tell us what.
yeah.
She said that like.
I feel like the entire point was to search out Dragonborn while we were out here.
Oh yeah. Can we look at the compass and see if it's pointing at what direction it's pointing?
Sure.
Maybe in like a hidden alley or something.
Yeah, so it is roughly noonish, we'll say, and you pull the compass out, and you probably have been, I assume, checking it roughly every day, and this is the first day that it's not pointing northwest back in the direction of Basilica.
Mm.
It is now pointing southeastwards, south-southeast.
And that's towards Magnus Arturos, right? Like that's where his city was, at least.
Yes, that is the right direction. I'm glad you're paying attention.
Okay, I was gonna ask that. Yeah, the
Pearl
city
told me
of
that
Murmurs.
Uh-huh.
I would have been pleasantly surprised if we had any other movement in the compass, considering Penelope said she didn't know of any Dragonborn in her city anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So at least that kind of proves her suspicions, but maybe we can also look around at like a library or some sort of archives to find information about.
Hunter's like getting excited, like
Yeah, good idea.
research, books, yay!
Stop. You had me at library.
You want me to research things? Yes, please.
Can we
Don't
ask?
promise me with a good time.
Do you want to ask the job board guy where the library would be?
Gustavo.
Yes, sorry, Gustavo. I did write his name down.
I don't think she heard you.
City of Murmurs. That's the city of Central. I was trying to remember the name.
I'm trying to decide if I move my computer back a little bit, if it makes it work better.
This is the first time we've had trouble with that.
Yeah, but usually I sit over there.
Oh.
Do you want to ask Gustavo where the library is, Honor?
Did you?
Do you want me to ask Gustavo where the library is?
Oh, I didn't. I was like trying to figure out what was. I didn't get all of that. I was like, what? Yes, please ask.
Okay, I'll ask. Sure. Can you point us to any library or research institution?
Library or research institution? Are you? You don't look like the bookish type, if I might say.
It's not for me.
Pixel types.
Oh, and like you peek out from behind Zakaria, and like he seems to notice you for the first time. Oh, that's more what I expected. Yeah.
I pat Honor on the head.
She can have interest in research too.
Well, we do have the ambassadorial archives for it's writs of accomplishments by guild members. I'm not sure if it's exactly what you're looking for. We also have, I don't know. I admit I don't really go to such places. You'd have to look around, but this is a city of daring and both do and sometimes knowledge. So you might find what you're looking for here. I just don't. I'm not the right person to ask.
Do you know who we should...
Don't you have a university here? Wouldn't they have a library?
Do universities normally have libraries? Okay. Yes, there's the War University over on the eastern side of the city, and he points to like a slightly raised building with like ivory pillars, and there's like you can hear screams sort of coming from the distance. I guess the War University would be a good spot if that's what you're looking for. I think they might dabble in non-war activities.
Great, that's a great starting
Oh, I
point.
mean,
Thank
there's
you.
more magic which involves books anyhow, too, but oh god.
Surely people write about war as well as just fighting in them.
Oh yes, I've heard of them. They're called poets, right? It's those who
There's
go
also
to.
people who write about tactics.
Yeah, I suppose. Like I said, not my forte.
Of course. Thank you so much for your help. Should we go on?
Yeah.
Come back again if you're looking for more work.
So, should we try and find Ash? Zoom
Yeah.
might help us find this park thingy.
All right. Going through town to find this park. Sorry, Zoom. Do you want to give me an investigation check with advantage?
Sure. Let's. This is 18.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Whatever you have for.
Oh yeah.
But you can roll it.
Advantage, but
Yeah.
I guess I don't have to.
Well, no, in case you get
roll,
a 20.
Roll it again in case you get like
You can always roll higher.
So,
Unless you roll a
18
20.
plus-
That's true.
18 plus,
plus one.
plus 1. 18 plus 1. That's 19.
Hold on.
All right.
No, you have a +3.
Oh, no, that's 18 plus 3 is 21.
Excellent. So you've got an over a 20 then. So you talk to the right people. Your mind recalls the rough direction of where you're going, and you dip into a few stops that you recall and ask some people. Yeah, there's a gardening supplies emporium called Cops and Arbors that is on the east side of the city. That is rumored to be run by a dryad.
Great. Let's
What's
head
next?
there.
Cops and Harvard, I think.
Cops and arbors.
Okay.
So Elenath is a large city. It takes you guys probably like 3 hours of walking just through town, trying to find this place. And when you go through town, you see multiple people that are in duels, not to the death, but just like testing out their skills. There are similar job boards to the ones that you guys saw right at the beginning of town. Some that are sharing the same basic jobs that you saw, but with like slightly different wording. And they always try to get you to sign up for them and do their work for them. Let's see. When you arrive at Cops and Arbors, there is it's like a big gated area that has these just very, very large. They're not like mother tree sized or anything, but they're very well maintained, beautiful trees. That some of them are cut into what's it called, topiary shapes. So they've got like shapes to them. It's got a trellised entrance with some vines that go over it. It's tall, very, very tall. It's like 8 feet high, so you can easily fit through. You walk in to the entrance, and sitting down on the ground in a little garden with her big black barky legs is a dryad, sort of like the one that you encountered in Basilica. This one is a lot trimmer, a lot more like fair complexioned in the face, though the skin otherwise is like a dark barky brown. She has long hair branches that have little tufts of green, and there's multiple small birds of blues and reds and pinks that are just like sitting in there at all times, going chirpity chirp chirp chirp. And she's kind of like digging with a small, what's it called, a trowel at the ground and patting on some dirt. And she looks up when she sees you guys approach and goes, "Oh, hello there! Hi, who are my new friends?"
Hello, my name is Zakaria.
Oh, that's such a pretty name.
And you are?
Oh, my name's Ash.
I was hoping so. Hello, Ash. It's so lovely to meet you.
Oh, it's so lovely to meet all of you as well. And who are you?
I'm Morton.
Morton. Oh, that's also just a lovely name.
Yeah. I'm heading
And who are you, darling? Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, you look like you need some ibuprofen and chocolate.
I do. How did you know?
Give Ash a kiss.
All right, I'll be gone till like 10 o'clock. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
She stands up to her full onto her legs, getting off the ground, kind of stretches, and you're like as her arms go up. Oh, what a great day! I was just. There's more of you. I didn't ask everyone their name. Oh, I'm so sorry. What's your name?
My name is the Great Zamboni.
Wow, I've only met normal Zambonis before.
I'm better than all of them.
I assume so. That's wonderful. And how about you, my half-elf friend there?
My name is Peril.
Pearl. Oh, like the things you find in oysters. Oh, that's beautiful.
Thank you very much.
And the little horned one?
Hi, I'm Honor.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I'm sure you've heard that one before, though. And how about you, my young lad? You look very serious compared to the rest of your friends.
My name's Zoom. Zoom and Gendry.
Oh well, it is wonderful to meet you, and that is a very unique name, Zoomerin. I don't know if I can pronounce that so good, but I will try. Have you come here for gardening supplies? I have some great mulch, some fertilizer in the back that smells wonderful. I have, if you're looking for maybe a small friend to take home with you, I have a nursery of younger trees. What can I help you with? There's so many of you. I know, like it's just one person at a time.
Oh, it's very tempting, but we actually were sent here by someone you know,
Someone I know.
Willow Black.
Willow sent you?
Willow sent us.
I see. And she reaches her arms around all of you and just kind of like goes, "We should go inside then and talk, okay?"
Sounds good.
All right. Shh. And she like visibly tiptoes back into like her like shed, like greenhouse type shed thing. And following her in there, there's all manners of small trees that are in the early stages of growth, and some random plant life, just various types of herbs, anything you could think of that is green and growing, or not even green sometimes. She also has some fungi. And when she gets in, she like close the door behind you and says, "So my sister sent you, and what did she send you about, if I may ask?"
Am I carrying the box? Or
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will take out the box.
Oh.
She sent us with this.
And her long arm reaches and kind of touches it, and there's like a green sort of energy that passes from her fingers as she like inspects it just with her touch, and she says, "Hello, little one. I am deeply honored that Willow has finally decided to contribute. Thank you so much. May I?" And she opens up the box and reaches in her long fingers and pulls out a seed. And it's about the size of a small acorn, and it overflowing with greenery already. And you can just see maybe a little crack in it where a small tendril of life is poking out of it. And she immediately walks over to what looks like a previously prepared planting lot and plops it down and kind of covers it with a little bit of dirt and says, "This is quite a big deal. I'm so thankful that she's finally made good on her word.
It seems like it must be a very special seed, given the importance with which it was delivered.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to explain it, and I'm not sure if it's my place to explain, but let's just say that it is rare that new dryads are made. And this will be someone at some point.
Why did it require so much secrecy?
Well, because some people seek out these dryad seeds for other uses. And that's not a beautiful thing to talk about, though. Let's just say that it is good that it is here and that it has not fallen into the wrong hands. I assume that she is looking for something in return.
She did say there would be something to return to her, yes.
Okay, well, who wants a present?
Ooh, me.
I do.
Okay, make initiative rolls to see who manages to raise their hand first.
It makes me so happy.
8.
Are we all rolling initiative? What's going on?
Anybody who is
Just anyone who's trying to raise their
Well, I
hand.
think I'm carry it one way or another anyhow.
okay, so Zakaria is the high roll at 18?
Yeah.
All right. So she kneels down, her big knobby knees in front of you, and she looks over towards you and she says, and she points over to the side, and then when you glance away, she kisses you on the cheek, and you feel the ring of the kiss become like firm and thicker, like a patch of bark on your face. And so you now have a brown, like lipstick mark, basically, that is there.
Amazing.
That does not, you instinctively kind of tap it, and it does not come off.
Good thing she didn't kiss you on the lips.
Wouldn't be able to talk after that.
I'm like, oh, what is this?
Well, you'll just have to pass it on to Willow when you see her again.
I assume she'll know what to do.
Oh, she will, yes.
Great, okay. Well, I feel very honored to have been part of this transportation of this very special seed.
Yes. Thank you so much for coming. I don't really have a Willow has the much more fancy shop than I do. I just want to make things grow, and so I don't have a lot to pay you back with other than.
Your shop is very lovely.
Oh, thank you. So what are you guys doing in town? Just this? Was it just this, or?
This is our main purpose for coming, yes, but is there anything you recommend? We came right here first, and we're interested to see what else there is to Alanath.
Oh, well, the north side has a wonderful park that you can sit under the trees and just, it's a great spot for reading if you've got a nice book to curl up with. There's also, I would avoid the mech district for the moment, the mechanical district. There's some weird Dezectric stuff going on there. I don't know. Those people are bizarre. They like their machines and their magics much more than just the splendor that already exists around us. I'm not sure. Outside there's. Oh man, I'm a really bad host. I don't know if I can help you guys all that much. But here, I've got something for you. I know. And she disappears for a moment. She comes back with a handbasket, and she pulls back a little gingham towel on top of it, and it's got just like an assortment of different fruit in there. These are very fresh. I picked them just yesterday. If you are looking for something to eat, here.
Thank you.
It's very nice of
They
you.
smell amazing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I would recommend pies if you have a chance. Otherwise, they're delicious and juicy just right the way they are.
I don't know if I could wait
Thank
to
you.
eat them.
Let's see. Why else should you stay and talk with me longer? Let's see. Does anybody here know about? And she like starts to like try to draw you into conversations about like plant minutia and like how to garden, and she often talks a little too fast and seems to skim over details because clearly you know all about that already. And you're not sure, yeah, like how to react to this, but she's kind of lonely.
Ash, you said that people could have ill intentions towards the seeds that you have in here. Did you want me to put an arcane lock on the door so that no one else but you could get in and out?
Oh, that's so lovely, but it's not all of these seeds. It's just this special one. And I will keep a very close eye on it, especially if you haven't told anyone else that it's here, right?
We didn't even know what it was.
Oh, well, then that probably made it easier.
Hey, Ash, would you know anything about the great mercenary hero Vandalier his body being taken recently, would you?
Oh, I mean, I've heard about it, but I don't really think I know anything special. The town crier was crying all about it for days after it happened. It's a bit of a tragedy, I suppose, but I'm kind of a plant out of soil here. I don't really belong with most of the Elenavians. I'm not a hero or a mercenary or anything like that. I just want to grow trees good.
What brought you to Elena?
Oh, darling, that's such a cute question.
Is it?
Yeah. So come out here for a second, and she walks over to a tree, a large ashwood tree, and she puts her hand on it, and she says, "This is me. I didn't come to Elenath. Elenath came to me."
Oh. Zakaria's mind is blown.
What was she touching?
A tree.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you've been here longer than the city?
Yes, much longer.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I've got quite a few rings.
I'm just staring at the tree and looking back at her and staring at the tree and looking at her.
I only have 2 rings.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of the same thing.
We hear that the city is ruled by a mercenary queen. How do you know much about her? How do you feel about her?
Oh, the mercenary queen. There's something that you should probably know if you're new here, that lots of people fancy themselves the mercenary king or mercenary queen of Elenath. It is a title that I've noticed is in flux. One day it's one thing, one day it's another person. I think it might just be whoever can pay the most at a given time to have the most subordinates. The current one, I think her name is Panastrophe or Catastrophe or Panoply or something like that. But she's a stern lady, and I don't know, she likes to kill people a lot. It's not something that I can really get behind because I like to grow things. I like to, prune them to make them look pretty, not to keep them in check or to make them fear me. And this mercenary queen, if that's really what she is she's not very nice.
Yeah, it seems like her intentions would be drastically opposed to yours.
Very much so. Yeah.
Well, I hope you don't find yourself in conflict with the powers in the city too often.
Oh, they mostly just leave me alone. I make the city pretty, and that's good enough for them, I suppose. Also, occasionally, they ask for. I provide them with materials for making things, but not too often. She looks kind of almost ashamed.
Mm.
I have a drinking problem. Whew. Okay, so what other business do we have here?
We're gonna go look for a library. Why were we looking for a library? I've already forgotten. It's only been
Just
like
to do
half-
library
Honor
things.
likes books.
There wasn't something specific
Well,
we
we
wanted to
wrote
look
the-
up.
Well, I think
To
we
look up
should.
Dragonborn information.
We should look up Dragonborn
That's what I
information.
think that's what Carol's interested in, is to see if they have any like records of different Dragonborn, how they were killed or how they died, or anything more about
Well, that one library he talked about that had like everyone's achievements could be a good way to learn about.
Vandalier, yeah.
I think
I
we
was
should
thinking that maybe we
also.
want to figure out who his associates maybe were. Maybe they are the ones who took him or something.
yeah.
I think we should also look up information about this mad wizard guy in the city of murmurs that we found out about.
I think we should
Magnus
also
Arturo.
discuss acquiring stifle muffs from the Death Priest
Yeah.
series.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when we go see the death priests, hopefully we can kind of bargain with them to get stifle muffs for doing their.
I suspect we're going
Task.
to need them if we're going to the City of Murmurs.
Yep.
And Jeremy, we still have the lead box, right? Like she let us take that back.
Yes. Yeah, she was really only interested in the seed.
Cool.
I guess we say our goodbyes and head back into the city.
What time of day is it, Jeremy?
A little afternoon.
Okay. So we got plenty of time. Okay. Do you guys want to find the death priest first?
Yeah.
Because I think we should probably accept the job first and before somebody else.
Yeah.
Because like you don't want to do the research and then
And in theory, the information isn't going anywhere.
yeah, exactly.
They can give us more leads too.
Yeah. The books will still be there with any luck.
Sounds good. Zoom, do you want to lead us through the town again?
Absolutely. Oh, come on. Well, where are we heading to?
Back to
The Priest Grimlaw and the catacombs.
So that's at 12.
Was it Willow or what's?
This one was
Ash.
Ash. Willow was the one.
11 plus 3. 12 plus 3, 15.
15. Okay, you make pretty short time. There's a couple of different entrances to the catacombs in the city. However, only one that currently has a small tented encampment of death priests. The tent has got sort of like a blue and gray color scheme to it, as many things for the Zorsiskans do. You guys show up, let's say like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so the sun is still starting to go downwards towards the horizon, but it's not yet getting darker yet. And you are greeted by a very well-dressed small tabaxi with bluish gray fur, which is just perfectly on brand. You're not sure if he dies or not. But he is instructing 2 normal-sized humans, a man and a woman, giving some kind of like impassioned little speech or something when you show up. And when you approach, he holds up a little finger to them and says, and say, One second, my friends. Hello. May I help you? Are you here about the job?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
You're here. Oh, fantastic, fantastic. So, great. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you. That's a good number. It's a good number. 6.
Sounds like he's gonna break into Monty Python.
That's a good number. 6. Crap! Now I lost the actual voice. That's a good number. 6.
4 before 3.
Now shit. No. I just want to ask real quick before I send you along your way. How good is your hearing? Good ears?
Yeah.
Good ears.
Good ears?
Yes.
Good ears? Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
that's very bad. You don't want that. No, not at all. Have you ever considered maybe just giving them a little like choppy? You know, just.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
Okay.
But
all right.
but don't death priests have those stifle muffs that?
Yeah, well, I'll get to that in just a second now. Okay, so, let me give you the information that's going on here. All right,
Are you Gremlot?
I am Gremlot, yes.
Oh, great, wonderful. I'm glad we found the right person right away.
Yeah, okay, good. Get that out of the way. All right, so, this here catacombs, lots of people in there. Most of them dead. We consider this a mediocre storage device for the dead, but they're all settled, at least that's what we thought. We went in there investigating this missing bandolier individual. Yes, tragic. I don't know why someone would run off with a body like that. It's
Terrible.
awful. Yes. Anyways, we're thinking that the bodnappers, when they were down there, may have unearthed some not so rested dead, and now we have a bit of a problem. We ended up sealing off the area that they were in because. Honestly, it's not why we're here. It's only the 3 of us, and these 2 are basically worthless. And the 2 kind of look at each other and then kind of look down. So we're hoping to get some adventurers or mercenaries or whatever to go in there and kind of handle them for us while we get to continue on with the actually important investigation. Not that I don't think re-inhuming the dead is unimportant. It's just, I mean, I can only do.
Is that your job?
It is one of my jobs, yes. And currently, my first priority, as put down by the council and the priest, was to find the body of Bandolier. We have more experienced people that can handle things like that, or I can just rely on mercenaries and send when in Elenath, right? So I figure we can see what we can do here. So the job is, I give you these keys, and he holds up a big key ring with 2 little jangly keys on it. I give you these keys, you go down in there, and I've got some directions on how to get where you're going. There's a locked area that we started to hear murmuring from, and go in there and just clean the place up. Just re-dead all of them.
I see, and you would have some stifle muffs for us to use for this job, correct?
And the 2 like neophytes kind of step forward and like, but boss, these we earned these. These are ours. Yeah, boss, come on, man, give him. You useless lots. There's much more handy in the ears of these fellows. Oh, all right. They pull out a pair of like stifle muffs and then hand them over to you guys.
So how many do we get? 2?
Okay. So not actually enough for us to do anything, there being 6 of us.
So there's a few strategies you should know when handling the dead like this. The first is called the neener, I can't hear you strategy, which employs this particular technique. Unmuffed individuals are recommended to use that technique whenever within close proximity of a zombie or skeleton. Yes, it's a great idea. Those who have the muffs, no problem, just wade in there and do your choppy, slappy thing. Though they can choppy, slappy back, so be very careful about that. Don't get in over your head or your ears or whatever. Another thought is, like I said, just permanently deafen yourselves. I know you giggle and you titter and you think, oh, who would do that? But there are people in the Zorsiscan clergy that have done this, that have, just like those in olden days who would chop out their tongues and become dumb, there are those who have deafened themselves so that they may be even greater forces to be reckoned with against the undead and their voices and whatnot. So just a thought. If you really want to, maybe you could make a career out of this. I don't know. Other than that, keep your distance and always use bright light if possible. Undead hate light, especially anything that is particularly radiant. Wink, wink, nudge,
I
nudge.
can manage that.
When you say keep your distance,
Is
about
there
what distance would
Any
you say
risk
is
of
safe?
one of these being a banshee?
A banshee? No. People would walking around the surface would just fall over dead randomly if that were true. It's possible maybe a ghost, but not a banshee. I wouldn't send in just random mercenaries after a banshee. Although if you do find that the stifle muffs aren't strong enough, then absolutely get out of there. Don't wait to see if it'll just kind of work its way out, because it's not. It's not going to. The stifle muffs aren't strong enough, you're going to die.
Good to know.
But just putting our fingers in our ears will work?
Well, that's I'm just saying that's a layman's approach to if you don't, if you're standing back and, dealing with like a one or two at a time, that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. It'll do in a pinch, is all I'm really saying.
I gotcha. What would you say is a safe distance for anyone who doesn't have the stifle muffs?
Ah, yes. Well, and he gestures to one of the neophytes. Stand next to that pole. Okay. And he starts walking little small-sized tabaxi paces away until he's about 35 feet away from it. And he says, if you're standing about this distance and you're using the neener defense, you should be generally okay, as long as there's not too many of them. 2 or 3, fine. 7 or 8, I would move further. Now, it is our belief that this is just some basic skeletons, basic zombies, and perhaps a ghost. We're not sure. If there's anything more than that, you'll need to be very careful. Zombies that are particularly fast can be dangerous. Skeletons that sort of fly a little bit, those can be pretty dangerous.
Do you have any idea how many of them there might be?
Not really. We know the distance at which we started to hear them, and we didn't want to get any closer because we were not armed for combat at the time, and so we just kind of like scurried off and came back up here. Honestly, we're investigators, not death dealers. Or life dealers. We should come up with a better name for that.
Can
Cool,
we
you
Redeath, I think we... Redeath?
Oh yeah, redeath. Yeah, I like it. Redeath dealers. Okay, alright.
Can we borrow your stifle muff so that we at least have 3? Because there are 6 of us.
Whoa! I am a full priest of the Zorsiscan.
Yeah, but we'll give it back.
Roll persuasion for me.
Can we enhance that persuasion roll with some kind of collateral?
I've got something about persuasion. Where's my thing? When you make
That's
a
a reasonable-
persuasion check, you can treat a roll of 9 or lower as a 10.
Oh,
I rolled 11, so that doesn't help me. I got 20.
20. Okay. I hate to. Well, he actually wouldn't have him wearing. He like pulls one out of. Actually, he's got like a little like thing here, and he pulls. Goes, tuk, tuk. He pulls his 2 little stifle muffs out. Says, Tabitha, Agatha, just want you to know that this is just a small break, okay? You'll be back in my ears soon. Now you take care of these 2.
We'll be very careful.
All right. Okay. Sorry. So,
Excellent, thank you. Would you happen to know the enchantment needed to create stifle muffs?
to create stifle muffs, do I look like a rich man? Do I look like I'm about to retire and just be like, oh, fluffy life forever for me? I'm just going to sit in a cat tree all day and eat tuna.
I had to ask.
I like that that's what rich men do. Sit and eat
He's a
tuna.
tabaxi.
Fine.
Okay.
And
Well-
Jeremy, you had said when we fought the undead the last time that like the crummy little like bogus ones we had was the equivalent of like us putting our fingers in our ears. Is that-
Yeah, but you actually still had your hands free. Was kind of the value there. Putting your fingers in your
Right.
ears requires you to.
Yeah.
But we still have
And we
those
don't
fake
have
ones,
hands.
so
Yeah,
at least
we
we
do.
don't have to have our
Yeah.
hands
Yeah.
in ours. So
Yeah.
I just thought
So
maybe you
the-
could turn the fake ones into real ones.
So we have 3 actual ones and 3 that'll
Yeah, fake one.
do something for us.
So we
keep our
probably
hands
have
free.
The range. The range.
So-
yeah, it's-
But did you get the impression we only have to worry about it if we're closer than 35 feet? So
Unless
like,
there's like a ton of them.
so we should give them to our
melee.
touch melee. That's the
Yeah.
one I want. We should give them to our melee fighters.
I'm not a melee fighter, but I'm probably gonna wade in and do radiant damage to them as my guess. And given I have the second highest AC, I'm probably gonna be
Yeah.
tiny little.
Okay, so 1 to Zakaria, 1 to Honor. Who else
And
is-
both
Well,
the sneaky. What are those people
wait, no,
called?
you're-
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you like to use range, but I
Maybe Morton.
Morton
Morton,
maybe.
yeah.
You like to be up close?
Yeah.
Stabby,
Do
stabby?
what? Stabby, stabby?
When you kill people, do you do it from far away or up close?
Don't kill that many people.
If you were going to, would you prefer to be close to them?
We're about to go try and kill some undead. We need you to kill something.
I have a short bow.
Okay.
I like shooting things because it's further away, but
So-
I do have a short sword.
Okay.
Short bow, 1d6
We
plus
could-
4. Short sword, 1d6 plus 3.
If Morton likes distance as well, then maybe Zamboni. I don't know if any
Yeah.
of your spell healing
I've-
stuff requires touch.
Do you have silence, Simboni?
No. None of them require touch, but I do have some 60 feet and some 30 feet. So I wouldn't be able to do the 30 feet ones if I couldn't get closer than 35. But since I do have 60 feet ones, is there anyone that can't do anything from 60 feet back, from 35 feet back? Otherwise, I'll take it.
Everything that I have seems to be like 120. I have a couple of 60, but I've got a lot of like real
Okay.
range stuff.
So it sounds like it should
I'm
be me.
okay.
One thing I will point out is that while you have the stifle muffs on, you have disadvantage on all perception-based checks because you cannot hear anything.
Yes.
Okay. Does message still work? Like I know it would take a turn, but if we wanted to alert
No,
them to
message does not work because the stifle muffs aren't just silent; they're magical silencing.
Oh.
Oh,
I don't think that matters that
no,
much.
I can put them out. Second ones.
It's not like we use message a lot while we're in the middle of combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a full-on action, right? So that would be quite a spend in
Yeah.
combat to just like I'm gonna use an action to say something to somebody.
Okay.
Getting a little dark.
You can turn on that light if you want. The one on the snake tank.
Right.
So,
So there's a little black.
One other thing, while you're down in there, could you maybe look to see if there are any clues about this bandolier fellow? I don't really know. I don't really know if
Okay.
that's a thing that's going to happen. I completely lost the voice for this character now. As soon as you mentioned Monty Python, I don't even know who I am anymore. It's just like I'm trying not to be Monty Python, but also being the thing I was, and it's gone. I don't have a keystone phrase. I'm screwed.
I'm glad to have been of service.
Service.
Happy to be of service.
I get bonuses from sneak attacks.
Yes,
Yes.
those can be at range or melee.
You can sneak from far away.
It's true.
I like the.
And I will generally be next to something, so.
Yes.
Close-ups are for acquiring property.
Oh yeah, you're arcane trickster?
Am I? I don't know.
I think so, because you've got the find familiar spell.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Yeah, I think you must be arcane trickster.
What would it say?
It was like
But that's the only rogue that gets spells, right?
yeah.
What did you say? Okay.
See, I'm trying to remember where it actually shows it. It was a decision you made at level 3.
You have spells, right?
Yeah, low level.
Yeah.
Yep, that's an arcane trickster then.
Okay.
Actually, I'm a little curious where it has that.
There's some places you say.
Is it-
arcane trickster.
Is it under features and
Roguish
traits?
archetype, arcane trickster. Yeah, features and traits. Or it says roguish archetype. Okay.
Let's see.
All right. Do we need to do anything before we attempt
yeah.
this, or are we just gonna go in? That's what we're gonna do.
Oh, I think we should go in as slowly as we can so that when we start hearing them, we can pull back and make a plan.
Yes.
All right.
I have divine sense, so I can find them when we get towards them.
We're gonna use this.
So are we going into the catacombs or are we going elsewhere?
I think we should go into the catacombs.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's make sure we're all-
Fantastic. Drip, drip, drip.
Okay.
So the catacombs this is not a sewer. So there are not there's not water going through here. It is a little bit moist just because it is underground, but it is not a running river with putrescence. However, the walls are lined with dead. Dead, mostly skeletonized. Some have been boarded up. Some are just kind of like bones have fallen off of the
Are
shelves.
they just like
of the
laying
window.
around, or?
No, they're on like little like wooden, like
Okay.
metal stone slabs cut into the walls, basically.
Okay.
So they'll just be walking by and it's just
Like
like
dead
body,
people in
dead body.
bunk
Yeah.
beds.
Yes, basically, yes. Dead people bunk beds. Sometimes they're doubled up, sometimes just a jumble of bones is shoved in one because maybe people just didn't give a care about that person. It
Can
is.
you tell us how far in the blocked off part was?
I'm going to say that they probably gave you some instructions like turn right, turn left, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 500 feet, not super long, but excuse me, not ridiculously short either. There are gates every now and then. This is sort of the way that when the dead still roamed, that they would prevent any serious problems. So the keys you have are to unlock these gates. And so you're told to go a certain way and you kind of come to a gate, unlock it, go through, continue.
Can we leave them unlocked behind us, though?
Yeah, that is up to you.
I would like to leave them unlocked behind us in case we need a quick escape.
Okay.
Does anyone want lunch? Just me? Okay. I'll wait.
Sorry.
That's
Yeah,
all
I think
right.
everyone else has food. I had a breakfast burrito before you guys came over, so I'm pre-lunched. What was I going to say? So yeah, the catacombs. I'm assuming, based on your questions, that you probably wanted to figure out when to use divine sense.
Yep.
Yeah. What's the range on it?
60 feet.
60 feet. Okay, so it's not super long, and it's instantaneous. It's just like a pulse of the stuff.
Until the end of your next turn, you can sense anything affected by
Yeah.
the Hallow spell or
Okay.
know the location of any celestial being or undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover.
Oh, not behind total cover?
So I guess on the other side of a door is not going to help me. That's dumb.
Yeah, that just made me think how that spell I thought was way better than it was.
Yeah.
So it's basically, I'm looking at a thing, do I want to know whether it's...
Is
Undead.
it evil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
As we're going through, I'm probably gonna cast false life on myself
Okay.
to give myself some more HP.
Seems like the place to be casting a false life spell.
And
I like real
So-
life better than false life.
I just gave myself 18 more hit points. So
18.
Wow.
Amazing.
What is the roll on that again? It's like 1d.
a plus. I did a third level false life, and it's
Oh.
plus 14, 1d4 plus 14,
Third level. Got it.
and I rolled a 4.
Okay.
Amazing.
40 total.
And when we get close, I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good on myself.
Okay. That's a concentration spell.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you're concentrating on that. I'm going to say that they probably told you like the number of doors they had to go through, and so when you get to the last one, you guys can just barely start to hear/feel that sound of the dead sort of scraping inside of your ears. If you're, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if you're wearing the Stifle Musk yet or not.
Yeah,
But
now it's
that-
time to wear them.
It's definitely the time to put it in. And you guys are all putting in your the simple ones as well as the good ones, right? So I want to do something here that is a little bit meta, but I think is very appropriate. And for the next encounter, I'm going to talk to each of you in turn, but I want everyone else to not like cut in at all, because you are currently unable to hear anybody else, right? You're all basically quiet and you're getting no information from one another.
What does my telepathy, is my telepathy silenced by?
Oh, your telepathy would not be silenced, no.
Relay.
Awesome. And one thing I would like to do, if I know that we're like they're at the head and there's one more door,
Uh-huh.
and everybody's got their stifle muffs in, I would like to like crack the door so that I can see.
It's a
in.
gate. It's like a
Oh,
wrought
it's a gate.
iron gate. Yeah.
Okay, so I would be able to see it, so they're not behind total cover potentially.
Right.
I
Yes.
just want to use my divine sense and see if I can get an idea of how many there are, and then show on my fingers to my
Got it.
friends.
Okay. All right. So let's go into D&D Beyond. I'm going to launch a game map for us, I think.
How do we get to that again? Campaigns?
It's the little arrow.
I think I haven't launched it yet, so it'll take us just 1 second here.
D20.
What's new? No,
To see if I
everything.
can.
Okay, start session.
The play button.
The sneak attack would be part of damage calculation.
That one.
So do the
thank you.
d6 damage.
So I believe you guys should be able to see a map.
Yep.
Thank you.
Great. Now I've just kind of like plopped you guys on here. I assumed that probably Zakaria is roughly in the front. You guys can move yourself around on the little entryway here.
Towards the front, and I don't know why you're moving me towards the back.
Oh, I'm just moving everyone away because I think that was like a little too close from what we were describing.
35 feet is 7 squares?
7 squares, yeah. And so you guys can currently see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 creatures in there, right?
Yeah.
Great. So it is also quite dark in here. So I think let's handle that before we go in. Is there any spells you guys want to cast or anything you want to do to try to alleviate the darkness?
Wasn't someone do something radiant? I thought someone said something.
I'm probably going to cast Guiding Bolt on one of them, which will illuminate them.
Before that, because I'm assuming you guys were walking
we
through a
need
dark
general light
catacombs.
first.
You
Okay.
probably were. I want to give you a chance to say, "Oh yeah, I would have cast light, or I would have used produce flame, or I would have lit a torch, or whatever you guys probably would have been doing to go through the otherwise fully black catacombs."
Yeah, if we don't have any light spells,
Can
we
you-
don't have a torch. Because
Can you create light with minor illusion?
No.
No.
Okay.
Should I send my familiar up ahead?
Not until there's light. I don't know, your familiar probably can see in the dim, actually, depending on what kind of bird it is.
Yeah, if we don't have any spells.
I
or
have a
anything.
candle in my inventory, if that helps.
I mean, you could light a candle. It's a weak flame source, but it checks out.
Yeah, why would you give me this? Because I have dark vision.
Yeah.
So why would you give me it to somebody else?
Oh, I have dark vision too.
So dark vision has a range, and inside your dark vision, everything is black and white. So it's still not perfect vision.
And I'm human, so I do not have dark vision. So if
I
nobody
also
has
have
anything,
candle.
I'm gonna have a torch.
I have a candle.
I have a torch in my adventuring kit, so I probably lit that.
Okay.
Why does my adventuring kit not have a torch?
Because they're not all the same
I-
kit.
Lantern.
New character
Oh, a
creation.
lighted lantern, very nice.
Oh wow, that's fancy.
Ooh.
It is fancy.
Yeah. So do we all need our own
Yeah,
light source,
I have a
or
torch.
No,
can
you don't
we
need,
just
all
have
need
one?
your own light source. It's just totally up to you.
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna be starting to sling radiant spells, so that's gonna
Woo!
Yeah.
But maybe
like-
just to get a beat on
yeah.
how the battlefield looks before we cast spells, I'm sure the lantern, the torch will help.
Okay, so we have torches from Peril and one from Zakaria. So Zakaria, you are not using your shield then.
Not at the moment.
Okay.
At some point, I'm probably gonna like throw the torch and
Okay,
activate the
great.
shield.
Okay, so now you guys don't need to make perception checks to hear this as you're approaching because it's very clear when you can hear them. You put your muffs on when you're getting close and go down this corridor. Zakaria, you're in the front, and I'm giving you the vision that you see. Let me just.
So I can use my divine sense and then kind of show everybody like.
Yeah, I just want to read through Divine Sense real quick just to make sure I'm not misunderstanding anything.
You can use me as a relay if you want to relay everything. That's what I do.
Okay, am I able to? Yeah, I don't know how that works. Do you have to talk to
I-
me first?
I will find the description. I think you can. I can read your thoughts, and I think I can relay them to others. Let me see. Under language.
Telepathy is a language. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, because it doesn't.
I speak telepathy.
It doesn't. It implies that you don't need to speak a creature's language to have a mental
Mhm.
connection to it, which makes some sense when you think about it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Although people do have internal monologues, so maybe it doesn't.
Maybe he can't read your internal monologue if he doesn't speak your language.
That is possible.
Because you have
Um,
thoughts that aren't in your monologue. Aren't
That's
words
true.
Also.
Yeah, sometimes you're just sort of like you see a pie and you're like, that looks like a delicious pie. You don't think out the words out loud. You're just
Yeah.
like, oh, pie. All right, so let's.
60-foot range.
You're using Divine Sense, and the
Yes.
vision that you see through the darkness is this, right? You see these 6 undead.
It's language limited. Your communication doesn't give the creature the ability to respond to you telepathically.
Oh, it does not.
I can speak to.
All right, so then the only one who can speak in other people's turns is Ryan. Okay.
You should use that to tell jokes.
Yes, absolutely. There is no other thing. Just regale us with puns the entire time. All right, so coming up to this area, and at about the same time that you were able to get a good vision onto the undead, they're able to also become aware of you. So I'm going to have you do signal to your allies the number with your fingers, so everyone here knows it. I would now like everyone to roll initiative.
Can you describe what these things are, or can we not see them yet?
Like the actual map.
Yeah, like the walls
Yeah,
and the
sure.
circles
oh,
and whatever.
sorry, that was a spell. I was reading. That was not telepathy.
I was gonna say, we both got 16, but you're going first.
Yeah.
Where's the
We'll see.
telepathy?
Whew, I rolled good for initiative.
Oh yeah, you did. I got
Mm.
13.
15 for Zach. Area.
13.
13. Oh, sorry. Zamboni.
22. Because this is the one battle where it was apparently important to go first.
And I heard 2 16s. Who were they?
We both rolled 16, but his is very
Yeah,
much
I
higher.
got
All 3 of
24.
us rolled 16.
Yes.
Yeah,
All 3 of us rolled 16.
on the die.
On the
On the
die.
die.
Oh, sorry. Just what's the total?
I'm 24.
24. Okay.
17.
18.
18 for Peril. And then Morton, what did you get?
I did good.
So
We're rolling initiative.
Yeah,
Yes.
initiative.
Rolling initiative.
Hilarious, we all rolled the same. That's why we were like, we both, I was like, we need to.
Yeah.
Despite being 16 over here, pretty good.
Our lucky number.
Yeah. To remember that. Oh, still 4s.
I have all my D6s ready.
Yeah.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Here we go. Ba-dum-bum.
But I'm probably going to do Guiding Bolt to start with because it permanently eliminates the person that you hit with it.
Even if they,
Yeah.
perfect.
So, you know,
What'd you get,
I'm
Morton?
going to do that.
15.
15.
And you get advantage against that target.
Cool.
All right. So I am also going to have to roll some dice here.
So I can do it on the farthest one, so we can see.
Yeah.
Though I'm tempted to do it on the ghoul because that has the highest hit points, probably.
Yeah, to try to take it down.
But the thing is, like, if he runs, that means he'll stay illuminated.
Yeah. And then we'll have the advantage.
Right.
I mean, they're all going to run towards us anyhow.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right.
Okay, so I also have detect thoughts. And that would,
Okay.
between telepathy and detect thoughts, I would be able to hear what somebody is thinking and to.
Yeah.
Really good.
But I'm not going to use it yet. So.
It's like going to your action.
Yeah, it's an action. And I get it once per day. And so.
You
Got
are
it.
correct.
All right. So Zoom, you are as predicted up first.
Okay. In that case, I will. Can I use my arrow and like shoot? Because it looks like it's very narrow in this passageway. Can I like use my arrow and shoot down the corridor? Will I hit somebody? Is my question.
Oh, one of your allies? No, you will not hit one of your allies.
Okay. All right. In that case, I'd like to use my bonus action to use steady aim, and that will. It gives me advantage on the next attack roll.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna sneak attack and pick the zombie that's right in front of us. The one that's a little further. That's the one that's a little further down the hall.
It's like straight ahead and
Yeah.
like going down a court. So it's like straight and going down that way.
What's the intelligence level of these creatures? Do I know?
Like, are you talking about this one right here?
Yep, that's right.
Got it. Negligible.
Okay.
It probably would have none, like 1 or 3 or something. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll with advantage. Actually, before you do that, let me describe what's actually on this here. So this room is like a fancier version of a lot of the other catacomb structures that you saw. On your right and on your left and into the wall are just more skeletonized dead bodies. The thing in the middle of the room is a raised surface with a sarcophagus on it. And then the 3 circles on the edges are stone columns that are going up. So actually that is a problem, Zoom, now that I think about it. Your path to that zombie is impeded by this column right here.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I knew there was a reason I should describe it. Okay, so then over here on like the corners here are little alcoves that have more dead in them, and then a divider that has some more dead on them. But this is about a waist-high divider, so you can get like a little bit of cover if you stood behind one of these. And then one of this column over here in this corner is like toast, and it's been cracked and broken, which is why I drew it not complete. Make more sense now?
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I have one question. The sarcophagus, is it open? Is that where we think that the body was stolen from? Or is it closed and we think that maybe something's inside?
It is. It is. Sorry, somebody is drawing and ashamedly trying to erase what they've drawn. The sarcophagus, it looks to be slightly open.
Okay.
All right, so now we're going into quiet time. So now we're going with Zoom, and Zoom is the only speaker. So Zoom, what are you going to do on your turn?
Okay. I guess that column makes it a bit of a problem. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to move up to the column. So like
You can push yourself there.
well, so this broken column, is it like, can you see past it?
Yeah, you can see past it. That one you could shoot
so
past.
I can shoot past it too, right?
Yeah, the broken one.
Okay. So I'm gonna move my character up to this point here.
So
Just
you
a
have
little bit
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can move, I think, 6 squares on your turn.
Okay, so that's 1,
And diagonal
okay.
movement is okay.
In that case, I will do to this square up here then.
You
Okay.
can grab them and do it.
Yeah, you can just grab the character and drag where you want it to
Have the time.
go.
Sweet.
Don't worry. I'm in that. Just
Oh. I'm gonna target the zombie that's right here.
Okay, the same one we were
Okay.
talking about before? Or the one that's, yeah, okay. Oh, hey, you don't move my
Alright,
tokens?
that's lucky.
I didn't know we could move.
Yeah, I didn't know you could do that either.
Sorry, my fault. It was my fault.
Oh, can I sneak attack the zombie?
Yes, if you used your bonus action to give yourself advantage, then this would be a sneak attack.
Well, I think the steady aim only lets you do that if you haven't moved the previous turn, so
Oh,
I can't use the steady aim now, you know?
yeah, no, then you're not going to be sneak attacking, you're just going to be attacking normally.
Okay, alright, in that case, I'll attack normally with my bow.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
Oh, that's a 3.
Total of?
What's your?
Oh,
it's +7, so you got a 10.
yeah, 10.
So you hit, because
Sure.
it's a zombie. And, like, so your arrow kind of whistles through the mostly darkness of the area. You're seeing in dark vision at that range. And you can see it lodge into the zombie, which barely even moves to try to get out of the way. Like it hits it in the chest area, and then it like slowly curves back, like it was trying to remember how to dodge from its previous life. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. 1 + 8. That's a 3 + 4. I'm correct. Yeah, so 3 + 4 for 7 damage.
All right, 7 damage it is. You still have a bonus action. Would you like to use that for something?
Oh, can I?
I was gonna say, didn't you take steady aim? But you
You
didn't.
did not.
No, well, because I can't use it if I move.
Maybe hide?
Yeah, I was gonna think hide. Because let me read it. Let me read it again. Make sure I'm not misunderstanding. So as a bonus action, you give yourself advantage on the next attack roll on the current turn. You can use this bonus action only if you haven't moved during the turn. So
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
okay, I'm going to use my bonus action to hide.
You don't really have anywhere to hide where you're standing. I guess you could try to like climb into the catacomb to your left, like the little skeleton cubby on the left. But I think you're probably not going to be able to hide. You could dash to try to get to a bit more cover, but I don't think hiding is really an option where you're standing.
Oh, okay. In that case, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna dash up to this die here, up to the dais here,
Uh-huh.
and then can I hide on that turn too?
You cannot dash and hide, so those are both using your bonus actions. So you can dash there and then just have some cover, and then next turn it'll be easier.
I wouldn't get too far away from
Yeah, I don't want to do that either. In that case,
Honor.
no, I think I'm just gonna end my turn then.
All right, that's totally fine. Next up in initiative order is some call them the Great Zamboni.
Prepare to die, undead. No one can hear me say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm coming over here.
Okay.
3, 4, and then I'm going to cast Bane on the ghoul and the 2 zombies on the sarcophagus.
Great. And that's a level 2 casting of Bane?
No,
or
level 1.
It's just level 1.
Level 1 gives me 3.
Well, level 1 got you 1. That's a good spell. All right.
That's awesome.
And it's just the 3 that are closest to you?
I can pick up to 3 that I can see within 30 feet.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I know which three.
Yes, I think those are the only three that are within 30 feet from me now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's why I
Okay.
moved way the heck out there.
All right, so casting top one, charisma save. It has rolled a 6. No, an 8.
Fail.
Fail. Number 2 has rolled a 0, and the ghoul. Oh, that's got a 14.
That ties. What is that? Tie.
Meets it, beats it.
Ah.
All right, so
That was the one that I was really worried about. I was like, we need to have it. I don't know how strong that ghoul is, but
let's see. Can I border color? I'm gonna change these guys to having a little green of baneliness. All right. So that's move and action. Anything on your bonus action?
nope.
Okay, great. So you're gonna stay there.
Yep.
Cool. Next up is okay. So
Because I've got the good stifle muffs, so
right.
stay here.
Yes. At initiative 20, there is a flickering in the room, and 2 creatures appear that were previously invisible, and these are 2 ghosts that fade kind of into existence from the ethereal plane, which is why I looked up Divine Sense. Because I didn't want to do you wrong there, but so they come into an existence right there, and immediately the first one up here is going to make a howl. It's going to move, let's say it moves 2 spots to right here, and it's going to howl a terrifying howl that only the people that are wearing the wooden stifle muffs can hear. I would like the wood stifle muffians to please roll a wisdom saving throw with advantage. Sorry, Constitution saving throw with advantage.
That includes me, yes.
Who are the 3 that have Zakaria, Zamboni,
I
and
have the real ones. Zamboni has the real ones.
and then Arn.
And Arn.
Okay, yeah. So
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, the wooden ones. Oh, okay.
so Peril, Mort, and Zoom need to roll saves.
14.
You pass,
Yay!
and these are with advantage because you do have the wooden muffs in.
2.
Rolls.
7 plus 1 is 8.
8. Okay, that's going to be a fail by 5, in fact. And what's the last one, Peril?
18.
18. All right, you pass. All right, so Zoom. This howl comes through, and you can feel like in your ears the wooden stifle muffs shaking under the weight of this sound, and you have become afraid of this ghost. While you're frightened, you cannot move towards it, and while you're within sight of it, all of your attacks have disadvantage. Furthermore, you failed by 5 or more. And so the force of this scream is so potent that you guys all watch Zoom. And Zoom, you're kind of like a middle-aged guy, but as you watch, his skin starts to wrinkle, and his eyes seem to become slightly grayer, and his hair gets gray streaks, and you're magically aged 30 years.
Whoa!
What? Oh,
Sunscreen, dude.
Sunscreen, yeah, really.
Oh, man.
Okay, and the second one here is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and move up here. There are now 2 ghosts up in that front area, and this one is going to make a short-ranged, screamy sonic attack in the direction of Zamboni. It's going to make it at disadvantage because of the muffs that you have in, but it is going to go and 16.
That hits, but I'm going to use silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs.
My favorite silvery barbs.
Okay, so it's going to re-roll the hit.
It doesn't have to re-roll at disadvantage.
I think it does. It missed with the first roll, anyways. So you feel like the onrush of air as there's like a fluctuation. Like this is sound you can see. It's how potent it is. And you manage to kind of like get out of the way, and there's like, and the stone wall behind you gets scrubbed smooth by the power of this belch. This bellow. Sorry, wrong B word. Excuse me. Too much carbonation for this ghost. But you do manage to get out of the way. Okay, next up in initiative is going to be Peril. Now, Peril.
Okay.
The good news is it's your turn. The bad news is this ghost is within 8 squares of you. Ghosts have a larger range than other creatures do. And so your stifle muffs, your fake stifle muffs, are reducing the potency of its vocalizations by 2 levels. But a ghost has a vocalization level of 5. So you're still taking a very potent negative effect from this. So at the beginning of your turn, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Oh, 2.
Oh, that's not a 12, which is what you needed. So first things first, you are going to take 2 sonic damage. You are also going to take 1 wisdom damage. That is temporary damage. So your wisdom is temporarily decreased by 1. Furthermore, the potency of the scream confuses you. And so I'm going to roll a d8 to see if you get to go on your turn or if you attack an ally or you do something else. And luckily enough, you get to go as normal on your turn. So go ahead.
Okay. If I move up, where would I have to move to be able to target the center of the dais? Like, when would I be able to see that?
I would say that you could see it from here by peeking around the column. Or you could, if you could somehow get past this ghost, you could see it from over here.
Okay. All right, I'm going to.
Actually, you know, I think I think either of these 2 spots would work.
Woo. Sorry, I'm trying to
So select tokens,
somehow.
and then
Yeah, just target my token again. Token browser.
token browser, and then that should let you click on your token.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to move up to there. I think that takes my full movement. And I'm going to cast Fireball right in the middle of the dais. Or is there a way I can make a ping point?
Yeah, go select the point and ping. I don't know how to get it to ping. I thought it was double click or something, but I just draw a little. Oh, you got it.
Yeah. So
Right there.
right there.
What's the radius on it? Just double
20
checking you're
feet.
not 20 feet.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, that doesn't look like it's going to hit Zamboni. So that'll hit all 4 of those people in there. Let's start with the zombies that are currently baned. So zombie number 1 on the top is okay. That's negative. So yeah, it's going to take full damage. Bane zombie on the bottom. That's also very, very low. That is like a 4 or something. The ghoul that is not baned gets a 21, so it is half damage. And then the ghost that is not baned. Critical failure. So 2 zombies and ghost take half damage, ghoul takes full damage.
Wasn't it the other way around?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna grab.
How many do you need?
I need
And what is it?
8d6.
8d6. I've got 3, 4, 5.
So I have 2.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Silvery Barbs doesn't show up under my second, third level spells. I can't use it with a higher spell slot.
You want more?
I can only use it as a first level. Most of my other ones show up in all the spots.
Yeah, it's very
Well, I
good.
can.
Yeah, I don't know. You should be able to use it as a higher level.
Did you give your advantage?
Wait, how many do you need? How many d6?
Oh.
8.
8. Oh, 8. Okay.
I forgot about that. I give it to myself. I give my advantage to myself.
Sounds about right.
I got it. Got it. All right.
It's just the kind of generous person Zamboni is.
All right, have you made your damage roll?
It's so many.
Who doesn't love casting a handful of dice for fireballs?
16.
Like that right there.
26.
Everybody has physical dice.
26. Okay.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna have to number my zombies here.
Just I'm making sure it's right. Yeah, that's right. 26. Thank you for the use of your dice. I'm proud. There you go. Thank you.
Let me see if I can rename these as I expect them to.
Hit points.
Oh yes, that works.
I have a spell that says range area 5 feet. That means it will hit the people adjacent to me and no one else. It's each creature within range.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Is that
Yeah.
sonic shove or something?
Thunderclap.
Thunderclap, yeah, that's the one. It's always
Yeah.
thunder, boomy, something or other with.
I haven't used that one because I don't like getting next to the things.
That's pretty good damage though. All right, we'll call 5.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Not as much as Firebolt though.
But it hits multiple targets and knocks them back.
It only hits multiple targets if you've got multiple targets standing next to you.
I mean, do or dare.
If you have
Okay, Peril. So you've
That's a good
moved,
thing to
you've
have,
cast.
yes.
Do you have any bonus actions you want to do? Also, I should make sure that did not. Okay. Also, so the 2 zombies that got caught in the blast, they basically burn straight to cinder and black ash, and they start to collapse. But just before they manage to fall down, the ash kind of falls off of them, and they manage one last stammer to stay alive. So they're just barely keeping on.
No, I don't think I have any bonuses.
Okay, Honor, you are up next. Let's see where you are on the magic board. Honor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're within range of both ghosts. And so you are hearing their constant shrieking is extremely powerful, and you can feel inside your ear the magics of the stifle muff wrestling with it, and you are certain that it is only just barely canceling out the potency of these 2 ghosts. So with that in mind, go ahead and take your turn.
I'm going to guiding bolt the ghost that hit Zoom for
Okay.
3rd level guiding bolt.
All right.
So that is 14.
14 is going to miss. So the bolt shoots off and illuminates the wall behind the ghost, but the ghost kind of whoos to one side, and the bolt zips past.
Okay, then I'm gonna move myself in between Zoom and the ghost.
Ooh, battle mage! Awesome.
I can't do another. It doesn't look like he took damage though. It's just that he's afraid, right?
Yeah, currently Zoomerin does not appear harmed. He's just terrified. Like his eyes are kind of bugged out and he's looking around trying to find escape.
Okay, then I will stay.
Okay, Morton with a 15. You are up next.
Okay. Can I fire an arrow?
Let's see. So you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 away from that ghost. So same as Peril, I think, at the beginning of her turn.
Are arrows hurting the ghosts?
No arrow has been shot at a ghost yet. The point is, though, is that the vocalizations from this banshee are having an effect on you. So at the beginning of your turn, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh. Wisdom. Not a lot of wisdom. But 8.
8. Wow. Awesome.
You're gonna age 30 years too.
No, that was the other thing.
Oh, that was the other thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so as same with Peril, you are first going to take a little bit of sonic damage from starting in the area. You're going to take 3 damage.
Everything. So.
You are also going to take some wisdom damage, which is 3 points of wisdom damage. So your wisdom is now reduced by 3 points temporarily.
3 HP.
3 your wisdom.
But also I took HP.
Yes, you also took HP. I'm actually not sure how D&D Beyond handles ability damage, but I will trust that you guys can figure that out, or you can just note down that you have 3 less.
We just have to write it down.
Okay. And then lastly,
You can put in other modifier.
Can I silvery barbs? My being injured.
No, it wasn't
no,
an
you
attack
can't,
roll.
because it's a saving throw you're making, not an attack roll against you.
Okay.
If you click on the number below wisdom, not the plus 1 or 2 or whatever, but the number below that, then you can put in other modifier.
Put in the negative. Okay. You also get to act normally on your turn, even though you are confused. Man, this is supposed to be the cool effect, and it's 9s and 10s both times. Cool. So Morton, go ahead and take your action.
I guess I'll fire it. Would I reasonably believe that an arrow would hurt the ghost?
Good question. Go ahead and make just a basic intelligence check for me. Not an intelligence save.
Arcana.
This is not really a check of Arcana. Besides, Arcana doesn't generally is not the purview of the undead. If you want to make a religion check, I would allow you to do that instead.
Let's see, religion. I have +1 for religion.
So probably just
And
+1.
+1 for intelligence.
Yeah, so that's the same thing.
Okay, fine. 7.
7. You're not really sure.
Okay. Sure. Okay, for science. For
Okay.
science. I'll fire. Can I try to stealth and get a surprise attack?
You're a human, right?
I'm a human.
Yeah, you don't really have anywhere to hide. You're basically in a hallway right now.
Okay.
So
Don't hide behind all of us.
no, halflings can do that, but humans cannot. That's why I asked.
Okay, I will shoot a attack.
Shoot it.
Go old school on this thing. Let's see. Okay, short bow. Roll to hit. 13.
13 is going to miss. So
Ah.
you go pyoing, and like the ghost just sort of like puffs and makes a hole inside of its, it's like semi-corporeal body, and the arrow just kind of goes through the hole, and then it swings back into a normal humanoid shape. And the arrow clanks on the ground, almost exactly hitting the mark on the wall where Honor's guiding bolt went. So maybe that was the problem.
That poor part of the wall is just like illuminated now has an arrow in it.
Anything else you want to do in your turn? You have movements you could use to move to a better spot on the map,
Can I
or
run to a safer place? I don't think I have anything that can hurt this thing.
well, you just straight up missed it in this case. It was not because your arrow had no effect.
Will retreating make me safer?
I mean, it will put you outside of the range of its vocalization aura.
Yeah.
Okay, so then go ahead and move your character back a few squares. Just pretend the hallway continues down that forever. Click on the token icon and then click on your drag and drop your icon wherever you want it to go.
Would it go forward or would it go back?
Backwards to the left.
Okay, how far do I have to go?
I mean, you can just move like 4 squares if you want to make sure you're out of range.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Next up on an initiative order is Zakaria.
Yay. Okay, so I am going to move right in between all my friends over here. like, please don't anybody take this square. Okay.
You can share a square with your allies, can't
No,
you?
you cannot. They can pass through your squares, but they can't fight on them.
Okay.
And I will. Is the center of the room fairly lit up from the fireball, or did that fire?
Oh
and
yeah,
then go?
yeah. No. I would say that the center of the room is quite bright at this point.
Right.
Lots of random little things are on fire. There's probably little bits of the zombies that are in there that are just like torching away.
Right. So I'm just gonna go ahead and drop my torch, so that I can say I give you your final rest and activate my shield.
Nice.
And take a big sword attack at that ghost that's in front of Honor.
All right. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Slashy slash. $14.
14 against that ghost. Everyone has rolled a 14 on this ghost and has missed every time.
Well, I have a second attack.
Oh yes, because you're level 5 now.
So I'm gonna try again. Are you fucking kidding me? 14 again. Oh.
So yeah.
I'm just gonna scream in its face.
Whoa. Starts it right there.
It screams back. Any bonus actions?
Runs alone.
Any bonus actions?
No.
Okay. Okay. Next up is the ghoul. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to move up right next to the great Zamboni. Now, as it gets close to you, so this thing is very similar to the zombies that you guys are fighting. However, its flesh is a little bit more decayed and it's more gooey. And there is a noticeable, like, terrible stench that now that it's standing right next to you that you can detect. It is going to make an attack at Zamboni. And
Am
just
I able to use my protection on this to impose disadvantage?
let's see. You have to be within adjacent to the target or the target and the attacker.
It says while wielding a shield and a creature you can see attacks a target other than you within 5 feet, you can use your reaction.
Yeah, sounds like you can.
Yeah. So
So
I'll just throw my shield in front of Zamboni's face.
you kind of like give a hug to Zamboni,
yeah,
your shield
basically
around
like,
him. Okay, rolling twice. A 17 and a 2. So clang, like there's like so like the sound of like claws on chalkboard. Although your shield is not damaged by the attack, and it just goes. Well, I guess you wouldn't really hear this too. I can't describe sounds, can I? So. After that, it is the zombies go. So these two guys here are going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they're going to double move and move up next to Zamboni. This one's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
They just wanted me to have a chance to use my thunder, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 1, 2,
Thunderclap.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thunderclap?
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They all get up nice and close into your grill. So there are now all of the zombies and the ghoul and 2 ghosts close to you guys.
I can't use that because then my friends will have to make a... I probably should not endanger my friends with 1d6 thunder damage.
Okay, next round. Zoom, it is your turn. So
It's your
there's
fault for standing next to me.
some
I'm just
You did. You did save me, and you really saved me. You rolled a 17 and then a 2, so.
Zoom, you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're within range of all of these.
Oh my god. Oh.
So I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Uh, 10 plus. Where is it? Wisdom 10 plus 2, 12.
12 is not enough.
Oh no.
Wait, hold on. Let me just double check my math here.
So we
So-
don't want to come back and fight these guys another day.
2 ghosts. Yeah. So that is not enough.
Yeah, what did the guy say if there was anything other than skeletons and zombies we should run? I can't remember all the things he
There
said.
were too many that we should run.
Okay. So first of all, you are going to take.
I can't cast Bane again without losing concentration from my
You're going to
prior
take
one, right?
15 sonic damage.
Oh god.
Just from the weight of the effect. You're going to take another, I don't know if you already did, but you're going to take 3 wisdom damage from the power of the attack. You are also going to be confused. And you rolled a frickin' 8. Oh, wait, I rolled a d8, not a d10. A 3. So instead of taking your action for the turn, you're going to make a melee attack against the closest thing to you.
Oh no.
Which it looks like that's going to be either.
The wall. It's a thing.
All right, so I'm going to roll a d4. On a 4, you attack one of the dead bodies next to you because you are confused. On a 1, 2, or 3, it's either Honor, Zakaria, or Peril. Oh, stay on target. It's a 2, so that's Zakaria. So go ahead and make a basic melee attack against Zakaria.
Okay. Do I roll to hit?
Yes, roll to hit.
Okay. It's a 10 plus. One of those.
I don't think you have anything.
Oh, so it's just a 10. What's wrong? I think that misses, right?
He's an unarmored strike, so.
Oh, yeah, it would be an unarmored strike because you're wielding a crossbow. So it'd be 10 plus your strength?
2, so it's
12.
12, yeah, still misses.
Yeah.
I assume Zakaria has more than 12. Yeah. So basically, you just turn around suddenly, punch into Zakaria's chainmail or whatever she's wearing, and you're like, gonk. And that's your action for the turn. So we will now be moving on. Actually, I guess you're also frightened, so you're going to run as fast as you can in the opposite direction of the ghost on your turn as well. So.
I think Zoom's got that idea.
I think that's usually, great.
So what's the max I can do?
5 squares, I think. Maybe 6? 6 squares.
6 squares, okay.
Yeah. All right, Zamboni, you're up next. So Zamboni, you're in that aura, but you've got the actual stifle muffs on. So you are still going to need to make a wisdom saving throw, however, because of how many undead are near you.
Okay. Saving throw. 13.
13 also doesn't succeed. So same as last time. Let's see. First, you're going to take 3 sonic damage. Then you're also going to take 3 wisdom damage.
Does that make any difference to me?
Well, it lowers your wisdom save.
Oh, 3. So I see. 3 damage. Wisdom damage was not hit points. That was the wisdom thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then you're going to see you get confused on your turn because you're right there, and you rolled a 1, so you simply don't do anything on your turn.
Great.
So that's that.
I I really wanted to attack Zakaria also because that would have been so funny.
Thanks, Punch. The ghost next to Honor is going to take its turn, and it's going to make another screaming attack at Honor. And so it's going to make a sonic attack at disadvantage. Actually, it can't hurt Honor with this attack because there are stifle muffs. So it screams at Honor and does basically nothing. Honor, you can feel your ears shaking and the blood inside of your body kind of quivering, but you manage to endure it because of the stifle muffs you have on your ears. This.
I see her like little like petulant like.
That ghost is then going to poof and disappear into the ethereal plane. The one over here is going to go 1, 2, 3 and get adjacent to Zamboni, and basically the same thing is going to happen.
It would be so worth it now to do Thunderclap. I could get 4 of them and Zakaria and Peril.
Zamboni also has the advanced earmuffs on, the stifle muffs on, so the sonic attack has no effect on you. But then the same thing, it poofs into the ethereal plane and then disappears to who knows where. Next up is Peril. Peril is going to need to make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh, no, an 8.
Okay. You take 4 sonic damage and 1 wisdom damage.
Hey, Jeremy?
Yeah?
What did it look like the last time you killed off one of my characters? Wasn't it also like a big tomb in the middle of the room?
I don't remember. And I don't just kill people off, by the way. That is not a decision I decide.
People kill themselves.
You totally did. You slit my throat when I was unconscious.
Okay, that's a little bit.
In the middle of a battle.
That's just who the people were, okay?
That was deciding.
Peril,
I was tired of her
you
anyways.
rolled high enough, you get to take your action on your turn. So, good for you. Go ahead and go.
Okay. Yeah.
I know, right?
Absolutely.
Do it again. Do it again.
I'm going to do Fireball again. I'm gonna see where.
It should be somewhere where you can
Yeah,
get.
there is a point I can do again. I'm gonna ping it, where I can hit everything but the ghoul and still not hit any of my friends.
Okay, looks good to me. I think
Alright, cool.
I think that's fine. Go ahead and cast it. I guess I'm making saving throws, right? So figure out your damage while I make saving throws.
Back to. Got it.
Holy crap. Zombies are going crazy mode over here. So those are all -2 though. So I have a 10, a 14, and a 15.
Have you been doing the 2 guys with Bane? They need to roll a d4 and
Yeah, I have not
subtract that?
rolled them yet for this one. I
Okay.
subtracted before. They got negative rolls last time because of the Bane.
Okay, great.
What?
So yeah, 10, 14, 15. My natural rolls were 16, 12, and 17. And they have -2 on their dex, so.
10, 14, 15, you said?
Yes.
I have a DC save of 14.
Okay, so then the 10 fails, that's zombie 5, and then 1 and 4 both take half damage.
Okay.
Don't worry, these are not zombies with evasion. They don't get to take no damage on a success. Oh, and then I need to roll for the other 2.
Pretty good. I'm also going to use meta magic, which I should have done last time. And use empowered spell. When you roll damage for a spell, you can spend 1 sorcery point to reroll up to 3 of the dice. You must use the new dice.
Oh, awesome. Go for it.
Okay, so these 3 ones that I have are now a 6, a 1, and a 2, so significantly better.
Good lord.
Yeah, this is a pretty good roll. Pretty pleased with all this. I have 24. Sorry, I'm so bad at math. So just give me a second. 24, 29, 31, 35.
35. Nice. Okay, so
They're like all 5s and 6s. It's insane.
so the two zombies that were up close to the ghouls, just their last ashen remains just poof onto the ground, leaving nothing but blackness. With a 35, the one ghoul that that succeeded is taking 18 damage. So he's still standing, but he is clearly lit on fire. And he kind of like seems to, even though he has no nose left, he kind of does like that cat thing where he's like clearly trying to smell something. He doesn't realize it's him. And then the other two that, two succeeded, one failed. The one that failed basically cinderizes like the other two and is now just a walking husk of ash that is clearly on its last legs. So 5 and 4. Okay. All right, Peril, you still have movement and bonus action.
Yeah, I am going to 30. I am going to move all the way back here. And what is the range then again that we can't be in? It's 35 feet?
It's the aura radius for most dead is 30. For a ghost, it's 40.
Got it. Can I Misty Step?
No, because you've already cast a spell this turn.
That's right. Okay. Thank you. Yep, that's it. I'll just move back there. That's all I got.
All right, Honor. It is now your turn, and
Okay.
you are wearing actual stifle muffs. The ghosts have are invisible to you at the moment. So I still need you. Oh, you don't even need to make a saving throw. There's not enough threat next to you right now.
Okay. Yeah. First thing I'm going to do, bonus action, cast Dragon's Breath on myself, move forward, and then Dragon's Breath these 3 zombies with radiant damage.
Oh, okay. I'm assuming that's a dexterity saving throw?
Yep.
You can cast Dragon's Breath on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
A 2, a 3, and a 13?
They all fail.
All fail. Great. Roll me some damage.
I need, how many do I need? It's 3, so I need 1 more d6 if I could get one from someone.
Sure.
So what you need? How many d6s?
Okay. So that is 9 radiant damage to each of them.
9. Okay, so all 3 of them, like they sort of, they see your mouth open and this blast of like radiant white flame that sort of rolls in over towards them. And at first it doesn't seem to be having an effect on them, but then like they sort of like seem to look down with intelligence in their eyes again at the body that they have. Before like crumbling to the ground, the last thing that you see is one open hand reaching towards the sky. There's a slight wisp in the air as some sort of radiant something billows away from them up into the distance. And they are reduced to nothing.
Okay, all 3 of them. Then I'm going to move the rest of my movement and move right up next to the ghoul.
All right.
Okay, and that would be me.
Cool. So it is now it is now Morton's turn.
You're taking care of them.
That was what my plan was, and I have concentration. I can just do it still.
I guess the ghosts are gone. So there's ghouls.
There's I think on the playing field right now is just the ghoul.
The ghosts are actually just invisible or something.
Yeah, the ghosts faded away.
The zombies are alive.
They
Okay.
phased into like another thing.
So they could come back.
Yes.
They're in another plane of existence.
Can I sneak up on the ghoul?
In this case, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So on the map,
Yep.
you are. Let me get out my drawing thing. You're here, right?
Yeah.
So the ghoul is right here.
Yep.
So it is around a corner from where you are at the moment.
Okay.
I think we're almost done with it.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is your normal movements.
Okay.
If you wanted to get close enough to it, you'd have to dash to be able to attack. And then you would be making a sneak attack because you have an ally next to it.
Okay. I'll do that.
Okay, go ahead and move yourself.
How far can I go?
Total of 10 squares.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's a pillar. Go. How about go here?
Boom.
Yeah.
Okay.
My walking speed is 30. Is that faster than average?
No.
Because it's.
Oh yeah, you should be
6.
able to move 12. Sorry, not 10, 12.
Okay.
But you're
Same place.
pretty much right where you want to be. Yeah.
And now I roll.
Yeah. Not with advantage. You're just making an attack roll, but you will do sneak attack.
$16.
16 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yay. 10 damage, and where's this attack roll?
This
10 sounds like it might have had the sneak attack with it. Let me see.
This is +4.
Oh, you rolled a 6. Yeah, so then, actually, I'm not sure. How do you roll sneak attack with a rogue? Do you just click on the
I
thing?
think there's a thing that says sneak attack that you click on.
And dagger, short bow, short sword, unarmed strike.
Oh, yeah, if you scroll down,
scroll down, yes.
there's other and then attack, sneak
Here we
attack.
go,
Just
sneak attack.
click the damage there.
10.
So a total of 20.
20. Yeah.
Oh, wait, sorry.
We are doing left counting.
Right, so this manages to lodge straight into the ghoul's eye socket. It just sort of turns in your direction, and like you can see there's like little worms and stuff that are crawling around on it right now, and it seems completely unfazed by the attack. However, it is damaged.
Okay. It's always freaky when like people don't react to damage.
Oh,
All right, and then up next after Morton is Zakaria.
Okay, I'm going to move. I can go through honor space, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to go through honor space to get next to the ghoul,
Okay.
staying close to my friends, and I'm going to slash it with my sword.
Slash away.
No, stop it! 10.
10 total?
Yes.
That's going to miss.
Yeah. Second attack. Oh my god! That's, all my dice hit me. I whiff. Really bad.
Yeah, you managed to like chop the arrow that's lodged in its half in like twain as you kind of flail about. Maybe it's because you had like done the protective hug to Zamboni, and then you like tried to like move in to go for an attack, and it was a little bit too clunky. Or maybe it's the scary elements of the ghosts that are somewhere nearby. You don't know. Okay, Zakaria. So now it is the ghoul's turn. The ghoul is going to turn to Zakaria and makes a soundless in your direction before it swings with both of its claws at you. Swingity swingy.
At least it's attacking you.
That's going to be an 18 to hit?
Nope.
No. All right. So you bring up your shield and just kind of clanks against it soundlessly before looking frustrated and just standing there. It's like big, long, purple, fleshy tongue kind of like wiggling around as it continues its vocalizations. It is, the zombies' turn, except there aren't any. Goodbye, zombies. Okay, new round, new Zoom. Zoomrin, it is your turn.
Okay.
Oh, actually, at the end of your last round, you should have rolled a wisdom save to see if you shake off the frightened effect. So can you roll that now?
18 plus wisdom save. Wait, am I still +1 since I took damage?
Did you
Yeah.
reduce your wisdom score by 1?
I reduced it by 3.
Or whatever it was, 3? Then it
Yeah.
should now be reflected on all your other stuff. Let me just.
I forgot to roll with advantage when I did my saving throw.
Okay.
Oh well.
Yeah, that would have been good too.
Yeah. That
It's a
might
pretty
have made a big
important roll
difference.
too. Yeah. Okay.
So 18 plus 1 is 19.
Is that subtracting the
Yeah,
3 wisdom?
because he's usually a +3.
Oh, okay.
Like
yeah.
he's like +.
Yeah, something like that.
Got it. Okay. So sorry. What was the total there?
19.
Oh yeah, 19. Totally made it. You're good.
Yay, finally. Okay, in that case, I will. Where's it? I'm going to use my movement to
I'm really glad I can
move
just
in
give us a third
between
pair of spectacles.
Zamboni and Morton. And I'm going to use my. I'm going to sneak attack this ghoul with my longbow.
Okay.
Can I
Go
sneak
for it.
attack?
Yeah, you can. It's definitely a sneak attack from there.
Okay, to hit is a 12 plus.
Don't you have advantage?
Mm,
Do I have?
no, he does not have advantage.
12 plus 7 is a
19.
19.
19 will hit. Go ahead and give me some damage with sneak attack.
Yeah. Right. Awesome. That's 1, 2, 3, and plus 3.
Honor's fire breath really turned things around. I thought we were gonna have to run.
Radiant fire breath.
Yeah.
That
So
makes a
this
difference
is
too.
the 8. Okay, so for the longbow, it's 6 plus 4 is 10. Additional 6 plus 3 plus 3. This is 6, 12, 10, 22 damage in total.
22. And what kind of weapon is this that you're shooting?
A longbow plus 1.
It does full damage. So let's see, where's the ghoul at? Just let me do a little bit of math here real quick. Yeah, so your arrow hits the other eye socket. Now looks like this ghoul is ready to go on like a ferry to Death's Realm in a world where you pay with arrows instead of coins. And the head just kind of like spins around on the spine and then cranks and falls off onto the ground behind it before the rest of the body collapses along with it. So it is did.
Oh, we have the ghosts. Ghosts.
Zamboni, it is your turn.
But the ghoul's dead.
Yes. Oh yeah,
So
let me
there's-
remove that from the map.
There's no enemies we can see.
That is correct.
Is anyone particularly hurt? Oh, we can't hear each other. Never mind. Ignore that. I think it's
Can
time
I
to
be
leave.
narrating what's going on?
I mean, you
Like,
sure, yeah. You can just
shouting out my thoughts, like, here's what's happening, like.
yeah. You're like the like the sports announcer of like, oh, and that's going to be another miss by Zakaria.
Oh,
Can I,
everyone's gonna hurt.
She really did not come to play today.
Can I move and then hold the rest of my action, or do I have to hold the whole thing?
You can move and then your action. You can then hold your action.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm holding it in case the ghosts reappear.
Okay, and you have to say what trigger and then what action you're
Right.
doing.
Oh, when the ghosts reappear, I'm going to attack. Do I have to decide what attack?
Yes,
Um,
because unless you mean just literally attack with your weapon,
no.
I assume you're going to cast a spell. You have to tell me which
Yes.
spell.
I'll firebolt. That should get them no matter where they are.
Okay. Cool. And then that's Zamboni, and is now in fact the ghost's turn. So the first ghost is going to reappear over here. I said first ghost, but this ghost too. And this one is in line of shot with Morton Lumina. It is going to just move up next to him. And, oh, actually it doesn't need to move up next to him. It's just going to stay there. And Morton, it's going to make a screaming attack in your direction. It's going to roll with disadvantage because you have in the wooden earmuffs.
Okay.
And that is going to be a 9 to hit.
9 to hit. Does
Yeah.
that miss?
Does it? What's your AC?
Oh, pretty fine. Da-da-da-da. Armor 15.
Yeah, so you're good. Yeah, you kind of like shrink aside, and you can feel the whoosh of air goes past. It, however, doesn't move from that position. The other one is going to appear from over here, and it's going to step one position closer, and then it's going to make a loud, shrieking area of effect attack like the other one did. And I would like Morton, Zoom, and where's Peril? Peril's way over there. So just Morton and Zoom. I would like you to both make wisdom saving throws.
Wisdom.
Oh, man.
Oh, sorry, Constitution saving throws.
Oh, thank you.
Constitution, okay.
It's terrible. You get that wisdom minus, and then you have to make a wisdom saving throw to avoid getting more wisdom minus, and then pretty soon you've got negative wisdom.
Yeah.
So
That
that's-
does suck, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like they could slowly wear you down until there's nothing you can do.
Now, my action didn't trigger
I got
because I can't see them, right?
Correct. Yeah, they reappeared, but they're not. What was the rolls?
Bad things. I got a
Yeah.
6.
You got a 6, and what did Zoom get?
10.
10. Okay, so you both fail. Zoom, you just fail, and you are now frightened once again. This time from the lower of the two ghosts. Morton failed by a lot,
Yeah.
and so he, similar to Zoom, is you're going to watch as he ages 30 years in front of you. Now you're a human, right?
Yeah.
So the aging process on Morton is harder for you guys to notice because he's mostly covered in head to toe with various different clothes and whatever. But your like back gets just a little bit more hunched, and there are spry old adventurers.
Yeah.
This is not by any means the end of the world, but like you're definitely like for you suddenly feel like, man, I just and I really want to yell at kids about what they're doing these days and how it was better before.
I'll get it back.
Yeah.
Dragons.
All right, so that is your guys' turns. Next up is going to be Peril.
Can I also hold second level magic missile till I see a ghost?
Okay, so you can, but it's very important to understand when you hold a spell, you're basically casting the spell, and so if a ghost doesn't show up for you, you still use the slot up.
Gotcha. Then I'll do first level.
Okay. So yes, you can have a first level magic missile, and as soon as you've seen a ghost on between now and your next turn, you will cast that.
Actually, I'm going to be a jerk. Can I make that firebolt too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, anything else you want to do on your turn?
No.
Honor, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move Honor around here, and I'm gonna Dragon's Breath that damn ghost.
All right, Dragon's Breathing that damn ghost. I am going to roll for that.
The dexterity save.
They rolled a 22.
I still take half damage. May I have a
Okay.
D6?
How many you need? You good?
And it is radiant. And it's still radiant, so
Right.
that is 14. So they take 7 radiant damage.
Okay. Great. You can see the this ghost kind of like tries to howl around in some sort of ghostly version of pain. You're not really sure what that means, but it is the tormentor who has now been tormented. Other than that, though, it is still kicking or howling as you want.
Hold on. So, just to clarify for myself, the ghosts, are they attacking AC, or has it always been that we've seen thus far saving throws instead?
They have done some of each.
I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself,
You've already cast a
and
spell
then
this
move
turn.
right up into its grill.
She didn't hear you.
No, actually, I'm not going to do that. Hold on. Because then that would get rid of breath. I'm going to move, so I'm in front of Morton, in between him and the ghost.
Got it.
maintain my
Okay, sorry.
concentration on dragon's
Yeah,
breath.
I'm just looking at Dragon's Breath. I see how this works now.
So I want to maintain concentration on dragon's breath.
Okay.
Hmm?
And then what? You're
But,
moving and to once again play Battle Wizard.
Yeah,
Got
pretty
it.
much just put myself between both Morton and Zoom and this ghost, you know?
Uh-huh.
Because I figure Zakaria will come from the other side and be able to defend them from the other side, so then we can protect them from this. Yeah,
Can't hit him, but I can shield real
Okay.
good.
that's my turn.
All right, Peril, you're up. Oh, sorry, not Peril. Morton,
Morton. Okay.
that's you. So Morton, you're not wearing the magical stifle muff, so I will need you to make a saving throw.
I'm not wearing the stifle muff.
You're making the
You
wooden
got the
stifle
fake
muffs, not the
ones.
magical ones.
Oh, yes. Okay, wisdom savings?
Yeah, wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Hold on. Boom. It says -1. I guess it's artificially.
Yeah, because it's artificially lower.
12.
12. So you are once again going to fail.
Okay.
So you take an additional 10 points of sonic damage,
Okay.
and your wisdom is reduced by an additional 3 points. Now to see if you become confused by the constant howling of the ghosts that are around you, you do, and you attack, instead of taking your action for the turn, you attack the nearest ally, or you attack the nearest entity, which is going to be either Zoom or Honor, your choice.
I don't know.
Totally up to you.
You're all random.
Sure. Evens, it's Honor. Odds, it's Zoom. It is odd, so it is Zoom that you're attacking.
It would have been better if it had been me.
Too old man.
Didn't want to make any enemies.
So what's the attack?
What's the attack? Can I
Yeah,
just-
yeah. Did you make the actual attack?
Okay. Can I just punch? Do I have to use a sword?
You have a bow out, so this will be an unarmed strike.
Unarmed strike. Okay.
I just see the two of them going like this.
23 to hit.
Shit! Holy damn!
Well, that kids.
You just clock it right upside down.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, that's what is your strength modifier? Is that a +4?
That's it. That's to hit. That's rolling to hit.
Yeah, I know.
Put 4. Yeah.
So I'm just really surprised that it had a +4 to an unarmed strike.
Yeah, that one you rolled a 19.
Yeah, you rolled 19.
Because that's the one roll.
Yeah, the one roll.
Yeah.
Actually.
Finally.
Why is your strength modifier higher than mine?
Oh my god.
Oh, you're only +1, but you add your proficiency bonus. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, I thought you didn't add proficiency to unarmed. Okay, so you deal 2 damage. So Zoom, you take 2 damage from Morton, who punches you in like the shoulder. Just it's almost like he's trying to be friendly, except it actually hurts. You know, it's like don't show weakness.
Doesn't know his own strength.
Sadly, Morton, though, that is your turn because you were confused. Zakaria, it is now your turn. You have
Okay.
magic
Actually, also
lessons.
has +1 to damage.
Go for
I
it.
am going to approach this ghost, and I am going to swipe at it with my sword.
All right. I mean, okay.
Okay, that's better. 20 to hit.
20 to hit. And what kind of sword are you using?
Longsword +1.
Longsword +1. Great. Roll damage.
Excellent.
You have hit.
That is a D8. There's my 8. There's a D8. And I am going to use my Divine Smite
Yes.
All right.
for 2 extra D8s.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi. He was like, you're not paying attention, Mom.
6, So,
So 6 from the smite or 6 from the sword?
that would be. I just rolled them all at the same time.
Oh, they are different damage types. So
Do you want me
different.
to? Yeah, I'll just do it again. Okay, so this is for the sword. 4, and then this is for the smite. This is a lot better. 13 for the smite.
Okay, so you kind of like sweep the sword into the stomach region of this ghost, and it doesn't seem to react. Like it doesn't feel like it needs to dodge. But then there's a feeling of purchase as the sword enters the abdomen of the ghost, and the ghost kind of its big hollow green and black eyes like expanding as it looks down at this blade. And for a moment, it just sits there looking at it, going. And then, whoomp, a big column of white light shines down from the sky, pierces straight through it from top to bottom, and it like falls apart into nothingness.
Amazing.
Yes.
I can't get to the other one.
Excellent.
I will use some more of my movement. Let's see. How many? 1, 2. I used 1 to get there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, and even though you're wearing the magical muffs, you hear a soft voice in your ear going, "This one was a mistake."
Why not? Let's see. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I can get up to next to honor.
Just one damage.
Okay.
And then I have a second attack. So
Are you going to attack honor?
Can I throw a javelin at it?
So you have a sword in hand and a shield in the other hand.
Yeah.
I'm going to say probably not, because that would imply like getting rid of it, pulling it out, and throwing it. Yeah, that's a little too much. But yeah.
That's okay. I still want to be there so that I can protect.
Okay, back up to the next round. Zoom, you're Zoom is feared on this round. Zoom is also not wearing magical earmuff, so go ahead and make a will save for me. A wisdom save for me, Zoomer.
Oh boy. 15.
You succeed.
Yay.
Wait. Oh, okay. All right. I'll take
Wait,
that.
assuming that your bonus is positive, because you actually may have lost enough wisdom that it's negative. Okay. All right, great. Then you succeed from and you manage to shake off the screaming, even though you can still hear it. The ghost is talking about something about like how it used to love to garden and how it would plant flowers and they would grow and they were so beautiful. But it's still like the most awful sound hearing the minutiae of its previous life. What are you going to do on your turn? And reminder, you are frightened, so you cannot move towards the ghost. And if you attack the ghost, you have disadvantage.
Okay. What's the maximum that I can move in one?
So your normal movement is 30 feet, so that's 6 squares. If you wanted to dash, you could also use your bonus action to dash for 6 more squares. If you wanted to use your action instead of attacking to dash again, you could move 6 more squares. So if you just wanted to get the hell out of there, you could move up to 18 squares.
Right. I'm just gonna move the regular 6 squares all the way to this pillar,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna. Can I sneak attack?
You cannot because you have disadvantage.
Okay. I'll just make a regular attack with my longbow +1 against this ghost.
Okay, so remember, roll twice and take the lower.
No. This is 9. Oh. That's 7. So 7 plus
7.
7 plus 7, 14.
Hey, 14 still misses. Sorry. So arrow goes right over the head of the ghost and hits the metal grate that's kind of like down the catacombs away from her. Anything you want to do for a bonus action?
No, I'm just gonna stick around this pillar and contemplate life.
Great. At the end of your turn, please roll a wisdom saving throw to see if you throw off the fear effect.
Oh, 3.
3, so no, you're still afraid. Zamboni, you're up.
Me.
Where the heck are
Okay.
you? Oh, you're over there.
I'm way over here. If I move back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I move here. Okay. I'm gonna move here, and then I'm going to do something.
Cool. Something is awesome.
I think I'm gonna firebolt.
Oh, I forgot my extra 1d8 against undead.
Oh, I mean, you died either way.
I know.
But yeah.
I could have done more damage.
Make a ranged spell attack. Why doesn't it just make it for me? What am I supposed to do?
For fireball?
Oh, hit. There we go. I couldn't figure out the right spot to push. 15.
15 will not hit.
Okay. Can I use that? I forgot to use the advantage back
Sure,
when it was important.
I'll let you use it
Thank
now.
you.
Even though that's totally not how it works.
Yeah, I
but-
know. This time it's 20.
Okay, 20 will hit.
All right.
So roll your 2d10 fire damage.
2d10.
think.
18.
18. Nice.
That was a good roll.
So put it there.
What is 2d10?
At level 5. Basically, whenever you get an extra attack, casters get an extra dice of damage on their. Thanks.
Oh, okay. So that's a character, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
And I did more damage to it than with any of the other things I've done today.
So yeah, the fire like sizzles through it and around it, and it kind of wails for a moment that you can't hear it, and then keeps its standing. So it still looks like it's up.
Can I actually have moved to over here? Is that all right? It's still within my move, but I just didn't put myself there.
Sure, that's fine.
Thanks.
Okay, and then up next after Zamboni is the ghost. Okay, so this ghost is going to move up right next to Honor, and its eyes turn a very charcoal black. They burn inside, and they stare straight into your eyes, Honor, and you can feel it trying to wrest control of your body away from you. I would like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm gonna put your big dice behind the. That's an 8.
All right, so everyone else watches as this terrible stare down occurs between these two things, and you see Honor kind of like shrinking further away from this creature as it begins its stare down, and then Honor's eyes turn black and solid, and the banshee seems to disappear.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Banshee.
Sorry, not the banshee, the ghost. Sorry, false alarm.
There's a banshee somewhere.
So with that happening, Peril, it is now your turn.
Well, could I see this happen, or is it like just out of my vision? From
I
this
think you can
corridor?
see it. There's enough going on, and also the sound of the ghost also goes away when this occurs.
That's not good.
Well, I have no idea how to remove her from this state.
Attack! No, just kidding.
So I guess I'll try chill touch on Honor. No, I don't know. I think I might just pass my turn because I don't know what to do. So I guess I'll wait to see. I'll hold my action with Firebolt to wait until I see the ghost again if someone else can get it out of Honor.
Okay. Then Honor, it's your turn. And on Honor's turn, Honor turns and goes in for a melee attack against, let's see what the battlefield looks like right now. She's going to go and try to punch Morton in the face. So it turns around and just goes, ah! So makes an attack roll using Honor's strength. Zakaria manages to roll up a shield. And Honor, what's your strength?
8.
Okay, so that's going to be an 8 to hit you, Morton.
Okay, well I have AC. I have 15 AC.
Yeah, so that doesn't work then. Okay. However, that is Honor's turn. Morton, it is now your turn.
Okay.
Incredible.
Hero's gonna destroy it.
We knew it. How?
I don't know what to do.
Don't know if damage will do it,
Evil people
but I
left.
don't want to damage it.
I mean, the only thing that you know is that Honor has just randomly decided to attack you. Although people have been doing that a little bit during this combat, so yeah, you probably also would have noticed the ghost has disappeared.
Can I restrain Honor?
Sure, you can try to grapple her to prevent her from moving away.
Okay, does anyone else? Okay. I'm going to do that. I'm going to kind of telepathically yell out. I'm going to grapple her. I don't know what to do from there.
Okay, so go ahead and make just a melee attack roll. So just pretend like you're using your short sword or whatever. And this is a grapple roll. I am going to... this is going to be against Honor's armor class.
13.
So I'm guessing that that's too high and you did not hit Honor. Not high enough.
Does armor protect against a grapple? Like,
Yeah, it does.
it's weird.
I know, it's just kind of how it works though.
Okay. Rules is rules.
Yeah. Zakaria, you're up.
Okay. When the ghost disappeared, did it look like it disappeared in the same way it disappeared before, or did it like schnoop into Honor's face? I was right next to her.
I'm going to say that you probably would have seen it enter her.
Okay. So, I have protection from evil, which works on undead possession, and I'm going to drop it on myself and cast it on Honor.
Okay. So you cast the spell, and you can sort of feel there's this like part of you that like reaches out into Honor. Is this a touch spell?
Yes.
Yes. So you put a hand onto Honor, and she kind of looks back at you with these aggressive black eyes. Although she's still not really very threatening looking if she's just punching, but you know it's still angry Honor. And you say it's okay, and you feel that it's true when you say that, and then poof, the ghost pops out the other side and appears right back where it was a second ago.
And I'll just look at Honor and say, "Are you okay?" And that's,
I did not like that.
that is my action.
You were saying that so good.
I'm very sorry, Morton.
That's it.
I'm like doing a Heimlich maneuver and the ghost came out.
Yeah, I'll just stay there.
All right, Zoomerin, it is your
I don't do anything I don't have to do.
Zoomerin, it's your turn, and you're still afeared because you failed your saving throw last time. Oh, is he gone?
No, he's right here.
Do I still have to make a wisdom saving throw this time?
No, you're not close enough to the ghost to need to do. You'll be able to make one at the end of your turn to remove the frightened effect, but right now you're not within range of its vocalization.
Okay. And I'm still at disadvantage, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
But wouldn't he He can still do sneak attack though, right?
No, you cannot
No.
sneak attack if you have disadvantage.
Okay.
Okay, well in that case, I'll just make a regular attack with my longbow against this ghost.
Go for it.
The 4 plus 7. 4 plus 7 is that a disadvantage?
You have to roll it twice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you roll a 4, it's not gonna. Your second roll's not.
Yeah.
I mean, you could
Unless you
roll
roll a-
a critical failure, and then I could think of some way that could screw your party members.
11. So
No. Okay. So you miss. Anything else you want to do in your turn?
no, I'm gonna stick by this column and contemplate how
All
I
right.
got to this situation.
At the end of your turn, please roll a wisdom save to try to shrug off the fear. Oh, what just happened?
18
Plus 1.
plus 1.
19.
Nice. Okay, you're no longer afraid.
Yeah.
Yay.
All right, Zamboni, you're up.
Woohoo! I'm going to shoot it again. Actually, I wonder if I should mock it viciously.
I'm pissed. You're gonna go for my body. Yeah. Bodhi.
Oh, by the way, Honor, you are considered incapacitated when it takes over you, so you lost concentration in your spell.
Okay.
I am going to, I always get Vicious Mockery confused with Dissonant Whispers, which is the one I actually like.
I always get Vicious Mockery confused with Colin Mockery.
I am going to.
And I always get
Dissonant
Colin
Whispers.
Mockery confused with Colin Firth.
That's not fair at all. They look so different. One of them's really hot, the other one's not at all.
One of them is
Yeah.
bald.
I mean, Colin Mockery is kind of a smoke show, so.
Yeah, that's definitely the one I meant.
The target must make a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay. You are Dissonant Whispering?
Yes. I'm
All right. Wisdom saving throw. Aha,
Whispering
you're turning the tables.
Dissonantly, yes. Only I'm doing it very quietly.
I mean, you can do it loudly if you want to. Your allies can't hear you. That's going to be
It wouldn't be a whisper though.
16.
That works. So,
I think it still takes half damage.
I think so. On a successful save, the target takes half damage and doesn't have to move away. Okay, so I will roll my damage for you to take half of. 13 is the total.
Okay, so it takes 7 damage. Wow. So you scream. So basically, this ghost has been going at you guys the entire time, and then finally Zamboni is like, "F this," and screams back at the ghost. The ghost like its big eyes kind of like shrink a little bit, and its mouth kind of goes, "Ooh," and then it seems to regret its life choices, and then it just kind of like puffs out of existence. You're not really sure what happens.
I would like to point out this is called Dissonant Whispers.
Oh. Well.
So I'm just like,
Right. Yes. So you librarian it. It's like, well, fine then. And the thing puffs out, and there's just a little like puddle of ectoplasm left over afterwards.
it's great considering it succeeded at its save. Still managed to look good. And that's the most important thing, is looking good.
Yeah.
I killed it by myself.
All right, guys. So that is going to take us out of initiative, since all threats are currently dealt with. Please do keep track of who has had their wisdom lowered, though, because that does not immediately come back.
Does it come back
Like the
when?
face is not
How about the
immediately.
30 years of aging?
All of these are things you will have to explore within the confines of the game.
Oh, boy.
Oh. No way. Permanently -3. Oh man.
Not semi-permanent, but
Hopefully it'll go away when we have a short or long rest.
That'd be nice.
Honor still has protection from evil for 10 minutes and 54 seconds. Or 9 minutes and 54 seconds left. Cool. So
Okay, let's go get paid.
Sure.
Or
Well,
let's
they asked us to
examine
look
the-
around.
The sarcophagus.
We need to
Loot the sarcophagus.
Yeah, should we take a break maybe before we go on with that? Also, actually,
yeah, break is
unless we need I don't know what our timing is for today. When are we planning on stopping?
I don't have any.
Anybody have an early time, or we can just go for a while?
good. Whenever.
Keep going.
Awesome. Then let's take a break, and then we can come back in, let's just say 30 minutes, and pick up from there.
Yay.
Awesome.
So 6 our time, 3 your time?
Yes. All right, so coming back in here, we had just finished. Yeah, what are we doing? Who wants to do something?
Honor is going to investigate the sarcophagus.
Okay, I'm going to get one thing from each of you, and then we'll all do them at once, just to make sure I get all the voices. Peril, what do you want to do?
Peril's gonna go back down the hallway to see what happened to everybody.
Yes, that's right. The last 2 rounds were Peril in the corner being like, I prepare firebolt.
Yeah. I'm ready.
Zakaria.
I would like to look for clues about this body napping
Okay.
situation.
Zamboni.
I would like to look for clues and loot.
Okay. Morton.
I would like to lament my lost youth.
Oh yeah, Morton and Zoom are both like, where did Adam?
Does this reverse?
Zoom, what about you? What do you want to do?
Zoom's gonna stare off into the distance, trying to figure out what just happened.
All right, so
Position.
let's start with Honor. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
That's a natural 20 plus 10, so
Wow.
that's a
Amazing.
30.
I'm sorry. Did you say 30?
Honor finds everything.
She can tell you when it was made. Like, she can also tell you the creator's favorite color and
Honor sees through the veil of time.
All right, so Honor, you're up ends in this sarcophagus, and inside of it, there's a body inside. That's not really required any kind of roll to determine. It's a body.
Unsurprising.
You notice a couple of things about it. First of all, it is missing an arm and a leg. Specifically, a hand and a leg, actually.
I blame him. Seems like something he would do.
You're poking at it, and you notice there's something kind of weird with the skull. This body is, by the way, fresh. This is not fresh as in like the last couple hours, but it is not fully at all decomposed. It still has a lot of its flesh material in there, and in fact, it has one of its 2 eyes. The other eye has been gouged out.
Obviously, these are valuable body parts. Like, we have confirmation.
The torso is mostly intact, although there is some. I'm just going to go ahead and say it looks like old damage to it. That was probably the cause of death. Other than that, though, it has been just chopped up in those specific areas. You also find hidden amongst the clothing inside a small pouch with some gold dust inside of it, which was probably like a keepsake of the person that other grave robbers or who did this to the body did not discover. The gold dust is worth probably, let's say 200 gold pieces.
Oh wow, a lot of gold dust.
Bouillon. There's no naming on the sarcophagus, or at least wherever it was that had a name has been worn off. But I mean, a lot of the stuff in this place is not really well kept up. They're not like digging new tunnels for each different person. They just dig a bunch of catacombs and then, as needed, put people in various different spots. So this would probably be a more valuable spot that this person was put into. I think when it comes to
would you want to make a medicine check to see if I could figure out if I know how this person died?
All in due
You
time.
said that he has.
I will loop back to you in a second. All right. So for those that were searching the room, I think that was Zakaria and Zamboni, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and one of you rolls investigation with advantage.
What's your investigation?
+2.
You do it.
Okay. 14 or 22.
Wait,
Also,
doesn't that mean you rolled a natural 20 as well?
Yes, I did. I should have been paying attention.
Not enough excitement for that nat 20.
Yeah, I wasn't noticing.
Okay, so 22. Investigating the area, there's the ghouls have kind of like melted down into bluish ectoplasm. The ghouls and the ghoul and the zombies are still, corporeal. Like they're not like skeletons that have no flesh or ghosts which have neither. You don't find anything on them. They're pretty much just animated dead. Their previous life is pretty much is indecipherable. You do see though that there are marks on the ground that lead you to believe that this body that's currently in the sarcophagus was dragged there from somewhere else. It is not the body that was there originally.
I kind of figured that from the age of the body versus the age of the sarcophagus.
Other than that, there's no real valuables in this place. Most of the bodies here are just skeletons that have been crammed in whichever way, and they were not wealthy people probably to begin with. So there's nothing super valuable there. Let me just take one last look at the map to see if I remember anything when I see it.
Is there any?
No, that's pretty good.
Is there any hint of who was supposed to be in the sarcophagus? I'm guessing the hero bandolier, and who is currently in the sarcophagus.
I don't think there. I think there just is not any way to get that information from what you can see. Let's see. I think that's that, and then the two rogues are just chilling basically. Peril has come up to meet with you guys. Let's loop back to Honor, and you're making a medicine check to determine cause of death. Please go ahead and make that roll for me.
That's another nat 20 for 22.
Yeah, what if we rolled it like this during the battle?
Right?
Yeah.
That was 3 in a row for you
I
guys.
know this rolled before, but hey.
To be
Oh,
fair,
this is crazy.
there was one that was not, because Zamboni rolled with advantage.
Damn, dude.
1 in 8,000.
This person looks like they fell from a large height and died on impact.
So we're looking for a specific person,
Mm-hmm.
and we've been told how he died.
Mm-hmm.
Would I think that the injuries on this body correspond with how we were told he had died?
You were told he died in
And
a
the age of the body.
caving accident, so it's possible.
And the age of the body would be, is that around the timing, or is the body too fresh? So this might be who we're looking for.
This could be who you're looking for, yes.
Okay.
Well, most of them.
Most of them. Oh, dear God.
What would somebody do with an arm and a,
Yeah.
I forget what.
A hand and a leg.
Hand of Glory.
A hand, a leg, and an eye.
I'm thinking Hand of Glory and things like that.
What's Hand of Glory?
Yeah.
You basically take a thief's hand, encase it in wax, and the mythology is that then it can let you enter anything that is locked.
Oh,
Oh,
we know this man is a thief.
Well,
He was a hero,
was-
wasn't he?
A mercenary who was
Yeah.
super dexterous, super
Oh.
fast.
Yeah.
That's true.
Wait, aren't we thinking this person in the sarcophagus is not that person?
Well,
he's of the, Jeremy said he was of the body was the appropriate age for how long that guy has been dead.
Well, we
But I thought that
know
body
that,
was missing.
Yeah, well, do you think that was
Yeah,
found
the
in the
body-
sarcophagus?
yeah, the body went missing from where it was supposed to be. I don't know that it was supposed to be in this particular sarcophagus.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't think we have enough to determine.
It might have, I guess that's something we didn't ask or investigate, was where did they place the body of the hero
Where did it get stolen
initially?
from?
What Honor might do is just try to take a quick, sketch of the face, of what the face would have looked like from what you can tell.
Normally I wouldn't allow that with someone who's dead, but you rolled a nat 20 on the medicine check, so I'm guessing you can figure it out from what you're looking at. Go ahead, and, though I am going to ask for a performance check because this is how well you can replicate what you're seeing.
Oh God, no. That's a 5.
A total of 5?
It's like,
Okay,
yeah.
I mean, maybe if you like described as you're like show the picture. See, these are the eyes, and there's like the face. Someone could figure it out, but yeah, not great.
My nat 20s, they took up all my luck.
Yeah.
I think she just kind of sees how bad it is and just gets fed up and just goes, fine.
Are there
Just like erases it like very like.
Each of the different on that map that I had, each of the different things is an exit. So you're kind of like in the center. Well, I won't say the center, but you're like 500 total feet into the catacombs. You're not actually sure how long it extends.
Yeah. Can I just go into each of like whatever the next room is in each direction and see if I can find anything in the other directions?
Sure, and go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay. Oh, I got a nat 20. -1. 19.
What is up?
Zacharias sees things for the first time ever.
We're so
You finally brush your hair away from your eyes.
Oh.
Oh, that's why people do that. So yeah, you're doing that, but then you realize, I mean, you and Zamboni found a set of a track that leads, that shows the body being hauled in here, and so you know one of these paths is where that body came from.
Yeah, I want to go that way.
Yeah, so if you go that way, you could potentially find things that are more interesting. Now, you follow this path for a while, and you have to go through a couple of actually, I guess the gates are not locked in this direction. Since you're only going to one room, I'll say that you go into like the next major room, and the body has been hauled through that room as far as you can tell.
Okay. I'll go back into the main room, pick up the torch I dropped at the beginning of combat.
Right.
Say, hey guys, this way.
I think Honor like jogs to catch up and goes, yeah, this is, yeah. Yep.
All right. With your nat 20 on perception, for a total of 19, you lead them through a couple of rooms to another sarcophagus. This one is highly decorated with bits of brass and a very nice marble creation. There's no easy to remove gems or anything because grave robbers are a problem in this day and age. And a very well written epitaph on it, which declares that it is the sarcophagus of one Bandolier Brat.
It's a man.
Is it empty?
Yeah, is it empty?
It is, in fact, empty.
And does it seem like the drag marks go directly into
Yeah,
it?
uh-huh.
Okay, so, alright. Is there any kind of like religious affiliation with this particular?
Oh yeah, I mean the markings on it are Lemurian in relation. There's a lot of Lemuru followers in the city of mercenaries.
Wait, so these missing body parts, were they like cut clean off, or were they like, I guess, I don't know, torn off?
Based off of Honor's inspection, they were removed by a practiced hand. This was not just like the fangs of some beast. This was somebody who went and very cleanly cut them away from the rest of the flesh.
Including the eye that was taken out?
Including the eye.
Who did it? I have no idea.
Ah,
Thank you.
gotta hand it to you. You did the legwork.
Is there anything else in this room that might be construed as a clue?
Sure, why don't we do a, who wants to lead an investigation check for this new room?
Looking at you, Honor.
All right, Honor, go ahead and roll with advantage. Which feel like
With
giving,
advantage.
yeah, because everyone else is helping you out.
We're all looking around going, Honor,
Okay,
come look
that's
at
a
this, Honor,
23.
come look at that.
23. All right. Yeah. So you guys scour the area looking for clues. There's some amount of dried blood nearby. You can clearly see a location where the surgery was done. You also find a small slip of paper that you thought was just some dust. Because in the past, who knows how long since the body was taken, it's been covered with a bit of musk. The paper reads, it's a short note about gathering resources, but how we, quote unquote, are going to have some fun with them before we return to our master.
Gross.
Okay, there's more places to explore here, right?
Okay, so this catacombs goes on forever. Like it's not just, this is not something where you're going to rigorously go through each room of the catacomb and explore all of it. So right now the leads that you have is the room that you're in, which is the place where the body that was missing was taken from, and then the one you just came from where it was apparently stashed after bits of it were removed.
So I have my familiar.
I like what you said.
Hold on a second, Honor. Go ahead.
I have my familiar and I have the kid's fire wand.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to give the fire wand to the familiar.
Oh, I love it.
Have him go 100 feet down the hallway away from me, and have him just explore that distance, illuminate.
It's like
yeah.
fire.
Fire.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so you have it, and do you just want to go? Is it searching just everywhere it can, or are you saying just one hallway at a time?
One hallway at a time, just 100 feet down. That's all I can
Okay.
go.
All right. So it goes a little distance at a time and illuminates the area around you, giving you sort of a better sense of where it went. I would like you to make let's make this a survival check.
Okay.
Because pretty much you're looking for tracks, and I often do this with survival.
Okay. And I have -2 for wisdom, so.
Oh yes. Yeah. So all by the way, the people who have wisdom damage, which might be multiple of you, you still have this ringing in your head of the words that were being said that by these undead creatures is just, it wears on you in a way that is deeply uncomfortable.
I have days like that.
What?
I have days like that.
Yeah, but it's real people, and they just talk about your life choices and whether or not you have kids yet.
Can I examine one of our friends that houses the?
You can in a second. I want to just finish
Okay.
up with Morton first.
To
So
counter out your natural 20s, I get a 0.
you're a 0. Nice. All right. So
Your range is just bumping into walls.
yeah, apparently it's not so great with the depth perception, and it's because it's got only one eye, right? And so it bumps into the first wall it gets to and drops the wand on the ground and scuttles around trying to grab it before it comes back and looks a little sheepish about having absolutely no success whatsoever.
My friends are unwell.
What were you saying?
Yeah, I just want to examine Morton and just see if I can tell either through a medicine or religion or something. What's wrong
Choose,
with
pick
him,
your poison.
or-
Medicine or religion.
Well, religion. If
Okay,
I
we'll
get
go
to
for
pick. 16 plus 6, 22.
Amazing. So you put your hand onto Morton in a way that is similar to your lay on hands, right? Just using, let's say you use up one point of it to just kind of get a feeling for his physiology. And there's something tangible in him, something that is inherent to him, and you suspect every living creature, that is not right. It has been shaken or pulled a little out of where it's supposed to be. And this is his soul.
Mm.
And
Got your soul.
I have a soul.
and
I'm a real boy.
So his soul's out of place.
His soul is slightly out
He
of
needs
place.
a religious chiropractor.
No. No. I just hurt it more than anything else.
Y'all need Cthulhu.
Y'all need Cthulhu.
Am I able to
You
do anything
feel
about that?
you feel Elanwe's voice in your head, and it's not really a voice; it's just her emotion, and it feels like she's saying sorry.
Like, sorry, suckers.
You don't think there's anything you can do about it though yourself. Not at least without some kind of magic or maybe rest or something.
Yeah. Like, because I could use more. I took off with one lay on hands, but I could use more lay on hands if that.
It's not
helps, but
disease.
yeah.
If that's what you're looking at,
Yeah,
it's
that's
definitely
what I
not. In fact, you know what? I will say, because you rolled over 20 on this check, that you do believe it will correct itself in time.
Okay.
But and if you had more powerful magic, or if you had you could use restoration magic to also cause it to return.
Okay. And is that for the wisdom thing and the aging, or
just the wisdom thing? Yeah.
Okay.
The aging is far beyond your capabilities.
Okay.
So you're really just not sure about the
Is it
aging.
normal aging?
It is. Okay, this is a weird place, and we can get to the biology of what it really means to magically age. But it is normal aging in the sense that it has normal effects on your body. It is not normal aging in the sense that it is something that has been magically induced and could potentially therefore be uninduced.
Okay. Like, I can cast remove aging. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I will share what I found with you later. This should go away with time.
Peril?
You'll feel better in the morning.
Sorry, did you raise your hand? I thought you, oh, sorry. Wrong person. Honor.
So you said that we found a note,
Yes.
and I don't know if you just want me to make an intelligence roll or something, but I was wondering if from the verbiage and syntax, if I can tell how many people we're talking about. Because it's very different, because it's obviously you said they, and I'm trying to determine if they're talking about you and I or us.
I am going to say from just without a check, just because it's just basic language understanding, that is pretty clear they mean more than two people. But other than that, you don't know.
That's all I figured I would get. Yeah.
Got it. Sounds great.
Man, I was forgetting about my bardic inspiration. I get 3 of
Well, it
those
looks
every
like
short
we-
rest.
I was actually considering whether or not you could use it on somebody who is deafened. But like, and let you, I guess
That
if
can
you did like
hear
a
you.
dance, yeah, it has to be
So
someone who can hear you.
I
Yeah.
can't do it if they're deaf. But I could do it ahead of combat if I.
Yes.
I know we're going into combat.
That's
It lasts
true,
10
that's true.
minutes.
That's true.
I just need to remember that it exists.
Oh, it lasts 10 minutes, so you could theoretically give all 3 of
Yeah,
them.
you could just
before-
you could have done a full on performance. Like you get an inspiration, you get an inspiration, you get an inspiration.
Yeah.
You could've used some.
Yeah. I remind me when we know we're about to go into battle to do that.
I mean, I'm not, but they can.
It's actually a bonus action, so even if we're already in battle, as long as we're not wearing earmuffs,
Yeah.
I can do it during battle.
Okay.
Do we want to return Vandalier to the mausoleum that he belongs in?
I would like to the death priest do it.
Yeah, let the death priest.
Okay.
But it seems like we fulfilled everything they wanted. We
Yeah.
cleared out this tomb.
We'll be like, his body is just in the next room over.
Yeah, they'll probably be able to recognize it as well. We can tell them all the evidence we found of it being dragged, what we saw was missing, and maybe we can let them know what happened to some of us and see if they have any insight into how we can clear it.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Like maybe they have some restoration spells for
Right.
Zoom and Morton.
And we have to give Grimlock back his stifle muffs, but I don't think the other two.
I'm
You
keeping
didn't say
mine.
anything about those two.
Those poor alkalites.
Hey, they're trained for this, not us. We're the ones who took care
Yeah,
of them.
exactly. We're the ones that putting ourselves at risk.
Yeah, all right.
Also, if we have a whole minute, I can give people motivational speech before combat to give the extra hit points.
Oh. That's a
5
good one.
people. There's 6 of us, so I can give all of you guys, not me,
That
extra hit points. That's a 3rd level spell, but it's like the only 3rd level spell I have, so, you know.
Pretty cool.
But the reason I'm looking at all this is because I thought I had something where I sing a little song and we get some hit points back.
That's Song of Rest, and you do that when you're resting. It's not a spell. It's a bardic class feature.
Song of Rest. Features and traits, thank you.
I mean, is anybody like really, really hurt that they can't even wait for a short rest?
I didn't even get hit, so I'm fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
The-
short rest
the-
actually would be cool.
The
Why don't
wisdom,
we get out of it?
the wisdom minus worries me more, but we don't know whether that will go away in a short rest or not.
Yeah.
It will
And
go
I-
away in time.
Yeah,
I can
why
tell you
don't we
that
leave
much.
this area and just go tell them what they're doing, and then if we can short rest even out there or something, because if they cast like restoration spells or something, we can rest during that.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we
Yeah.
can get free healing out of this.
Let's
Yeah.
do it.
All right. So are we backtracking out, or are we doing anything else in the catacombs?
I think just backtracking out and locking the gates
Yeah.
behind us.
But yeah, unlock the doors
Yeah.
on your way out. We unlocked.
Yeah, relock everything.
All right. So you guys back your way out. No need to roll for this. You arrive back at the entrance of the catacombs. Grimlot is sitting there. He's got 2 little furry feet up on the back of one of his acolytes, who is kneeling in front of his chair and looking rather nonplussed. He is buffing his nails on the fur of his lapel, and he seems a little surprised to see you. You guys have asked for this. Right. Well, it's good to see you all again.
Oh man.
But before we get to the pleasantries, do you have Tabitha and Agatha for me?
Like,
Right.
reluctantly.
Thank you. No, I'm not. Come on. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
I totally should have given him some of the fake ones.
Make a deception check.
I might be able to deceive that well. Didn't roll great. I got a 17. Yeah, because my deception is plus 9.
No, it didn't roll great. Got a 17. I have to make this opposed.
I rolled 8. That's below average.
Yeah, he takes. So you basically like hold out his stifle muffs.
Oh wait! I can treat any roll less than a 9 of a 10. So I actually rolled 19.
19. So you reach your hand out with clearly his stifle muffs, and then he reaches for them, and you kind of pick them up with the other hand and place them in his, and then pull it back while you palmed his stifle muffs and put the wooden one in his hand, and he just kind of like tucks them into a pocket. Oh, it's so good to have them back again. I hope not. You know, that's very important for my work.
Oh, yeah.
But I wouldn't want to go into a battle with the undead with it. Did you see what you did?
The problem is Zamboni doesn't care, but Leia does.
And Sicario would care, but I have a real low
Passive perception. Yeah.
My passive perception is 9.
So what happened down in there? Did you deal with the feisties? Did you try the no, I can't hear you technique?
Yeah, it didn't work great. Some of us have lost the ability to think right. There's something weird going on. Look at how old he got! Look at that!
I mean, he's a human. Don't they all look like that?
He didn't when
He
we
didn't.
went in.
Oh. Did you try turning him off and back on again?
There was 5 skeletons and a ghoul and 2 ghosts, and we killed them all.
Oh my gosh, 2 ghosts. That's really impressive.
Yes.
It
We
kind
we dealt with all of them.
of hops down to the ground and scampers over to Morton. Kind of looks up at you and pokes you. Oh, you look all right to me.
I cannot brain or have the dumb.
What is your wisdom right now?
Oh gosh. Give me 2 seconds to find. Okay. wisdom is 5.
5, yes.
Oh, really?
So you are at this
Mine
point.
is 9.
You're basically the equivalent of somebody who's taken a little too much like sedatives before for dentistry work, and you're like, "Is this the blubbering idiot, right?
He wasn't before.
He's not usually.
Boss, just use the thing on him. I'm not using one of my spells on this bloke. That's not. He went
We
in
found
there.
the body
I'm gonna
too.
get in his face and be like, "We cleared out those undead. Can you please help us?"
Don't try to intimidate me. Did you say you get the body?
Yeah, we found the missing body too.
Come on, boss. Like, let's do something good for
Yeah,
these people.
we could really use some help now.
We found
I'm gonna go
over
urinate
next
in the
room
corner.
over. We found most of him.
So completely ignores you now that you're urinating and that Honor has talked about most. What do you mean most of him? They desecrated him?
They did,
Yes.
unfortunately.
It seemed that somebody had surgically removed his hand, his leg, and an eye.
Oh my word! That's awful! Why would they do that?
We found a note about it being something ritualistic. So
But healing. Didn't you say something about magic healing?
Yes,
Oh, yeah. He walks over to Morden and casts Lesser Restoration on you. And you suddenly feel like your head, it's like the reset switch hits on you, like, whoa, oh, right, yes. The world exists. Oh, yes, okay.
Does he lose
Yeah.
his 30 years of aging?
No, he's still the same age.
Okay.
And then Zoom was the other one too. Right?
I also lost wisdom.
Is my wisdom better?
Your wisdom is better. Go ahead and remove the negative.
Okay.
And goes over to Zoom and is like, this one too? Are you sure this wasn't like this?
Yes.
Very sure.
All right, fine.
Me too.
You seem
Next.
fine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm not as fine as I was before.
All right, fine. You can be fine again. But I swear, if one of you like skins a knee and you're like, oh, Mr. Cleric, come heal me. I have nothing. And just cast the lesser restoration. So all three of you have been lesserly restored. Jesus, never mind.
Just restored.
You've been restored in a lesser amount.
Peril will be right behind him when he turns around from Zamboni and be like, same.
I didn't realize there was 4. I don't really have. Maybe if it's not too bad, you could just. I'm kind of out of juice, if you know what I mean. Don't give me that look. What is your wisdom at, Peril?
She's at 8.
Okay, so you're not insanely low, but yeah. Well, listen, here's how it is, and it puts a leg around your kneecap, the back of your knee. So here's
A
how.
leg around her?
Sorry, an arm, a paw, whatever. It's a cat-like creature. They're all legs in my mind.
Okay.
So here's how it's gonna work. If you just get a good night's sleep and you try not to have any pudding, then you'll be fine in the morning. Just eat well. You know what I mean? Just have a nice rest and some noms.
Does the restoration do anything else?
No. It
So
just
it doesn't heal HP.
Doesn't heal?
doesn't heal HP. It only removes status effects.
Okay.
Surely for all the information we were able to retrieve for you and for our continued tolls on our health,
Considerable trouble.
we heard that there was a reward for completing this task.
Oh, right, yeah. Hold on. Check my notes.
I believe it was to the tune of 500 gold.
400 gold.
500.
It was 5.
500
Yeah.
gold.
Please
All of
undercut.
us.
Bargain! And then the guy who's down on his floor goes, what? Give me that money! Like, this is my money. You said this was my pay for the week. Like, no, they need more. Okay, well, we're still gonna get curly fries later, right? Yeah!
Oh my gosh.
So he pulls out a pouch of silver coins and hands them to whoever is demanding. I guess it was Peril. Here you go. It's in silver, but it's the full 500 gold worth. I don't suppose I could have a couple of that though, just for never mind.
Oh, I feel sorry for all of these people.
Yeah.
Right, so we should go check out the body, boys. You said
Hey, wait a second. I just found something. I think I gave you the wrong pair. Switch with me.
what? Oh! What's that, Tabitha?
Here you go. This one.
Oh, okay.
Why are you doing this now?
I was just feeling too guilty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, their softness.
He did heal us and give us the money.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that feels nice. Yeah.
We've
Oh,
released the
no, I'm not gonna
hostages.
forget about you, Agatha. Yeah.
I mean, that's not what I thought I was doing, but then changed my mind.
Tucks him back into his little like carrying case for his sniping offs. All right, so
Is there a central temple to Zorsis in the city?
oh yeah, I mean the quiet place we call it. Yeah, it's over yonder, and she gives you instructions on how to get there.
Who is your who would be the head of the temple?
That would be Sophit, Priestess Sophit.
Sophit. Thank you.
Yeah. But now listen, don't you go saying things that aren't true. Like we're the ones taking care of the body after you. You thank you for the redeading of things, but we're going to deal with it from now. Let the professionals handle this. And like Bergam is sitting there like scratching his head and kind of like, well, yeah, the professionals. That's right. We're the professionals.
Grimlock, you're the professionals when it comes to death rituals and things like that.
Yeah.
What kind of ritual do you think that they were trying to perform by removing those body parts?
Okay, well, let me just suppose this for a moment. In the service of Zorsis, we occasionally have reason to mummify bits and pieces of people for preservation for later days. Sometimes it's a bit of a hobby, sometimes it's a way of honoring people that have particularly strong capabilities. And it doesn't pass my notice, because I have a sharp mind, that Bandelier was well known for three things: his vision, his dexterous hands, and the speed of his legs. So it's possible someone out there is attempting to get, I don't know, trophies or something. Or maybe they just feel like the body part houses the skill. I don't know. That's not something we normally deal with.
So do you think somebody could be getting a benefit from those body
Oh,
parts?
God, that sounds off.
It does.
I don't.
It's terrible.
Not in anything I've ever researched. Like, I mean, when you want to give someone a hand, you just help them out. You don't literally give them a hand. That would be distasteful at the very least.
Truly.
Do you think that somebody could use those body parts to try and augment those abilities in themselves?
I don't know. I mean, what do they do? Like powder it and drink it or something? Like, do like the kids down at the docks do? Just ow!
I imagine it would involve magic.
Well, of course it involves magic. You think but this is not holy magic. This is not something that Zorsis would approve of. So I don't really know anything about it.
Of course.
So you're not trained in things that you should type of magic that is adjacent to your magic, but is things that you should
This is
study.
like the profane version of it. It's like asking if a janitor is trained in shitting all over the place.
I don't think you need to be trained to
I mean,
Even if a
generally,
janitor
You don't need to be
know
trained not to do that.
Even if he doesn't do it, he knows how it's done.
That's true. Sorry, that's the only metaphor that they could come up with in the moment. But
Oh yeah, blame the NPC.
yeah, it's not me. I clearly have
not
other ways I
Jeremy's
could have
fault.
described that. But Gremlot's just living their best life now.
Are we splitting up that money?
Yeah, it's 83 each, except 2 people get 84.
Yeah.
Who's the 2 people? You got the money.
I'm gonna give one to Zamboni because he gave the stifle muffs back, and I'm gonna give one to Morton because he really seems like he's having a bad day.
Any sympathy.
Woohoo! I have money again.
Rich. Gotta find somewhere to buy cool stuff.
We're in a
Yeah,
city.
you and me, Zamboni. One day we're gonna actually spend our money on something good.
Yeah.
At some point, I might have to start thinking about encumbrance.
Oh boy.
You guys try to swim across the river, and I'm like, I don't know.
Carol's still trying to find a good deal on a hat of disguise.
You have 3,000
Jeez.
gold pieces. Oh yeah, hat of disguise. That's right.
You need 500 more.
We can get through with one more job, maybe.
Oh, and I'll also go ahead and tell Gremlot that Gustavo was the one that recommended us.
Gustavo, wait, you got this job from Gustavo?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! Don't tell anybody, okay? We're gonna pay you anyways because we appreciate the job that you've done for us. But Gustavo's not actually a member of the Adventurers Guild, so that's
Interesting.
he's sort of a freelancer. He tries to get people new in town to do tasks for him. I still have to pay the bastard because of ruckus.
It's only fair.
Right, kind of, but there's a reason. They have a union at the guild, right? Like, let me ask you
Sounds
this.
like the union should probably talk to Gustavo, but that's not my problem. From my perspective, he was very helpful for us.
Yeah, that's always the problem. You got work, he got paid, and then there are other hard-working adventurers.
Well, I don't understand. What if you just don't pay him?
Well,
What if you don't pay Gustavo?
you think that's going to somehow make things better?
Yeah.
Gustavo, he did think.
What can he do?
It's not technically
What if he's
illegal,
doing
and I'd be defaulting on a
it's
contract.
not illegal. Okay.
It's just very frowned upon. Just don't tell anybody in the guild that you worked with Gustavo, okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to kill my voice. You guys need to go to somewhere else now.
Go somewhere else. Okay.
Where are you going next?
Well, we can either, I think maybe find a place to stay is my guess.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, how late is it? Like, great.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's like 5 p.m. Because you got there around 4, and then you weren't really in there very long. So.
Should we?
I think it's more like it's just guaranteeing a place to stay for the night before it could sell out and then go find other things. It's more like we want to have the rooms that we know we're going to be able to come back and have for the night, you know?
Yeah.
Is my thought.
Let's.
Sure.
Can we find a tavern that's like near the mech district where we might be able to overhear what some weird Dezectric stuff is happening over there?
Yeah.
Sure. Zoom, why don't you roll us a investigation with advantage?
Find us a nice tavern with baths, hot baths.
Sorry. The first one is an 8. Second one is a 4.
Oh, plus.
8 plus what is investigation?
That's an
Plus 3, so that's 11.
11. Okay, so you do okay at this. You do eventually find a place to stay. It's called the Bread and Breakfast, and it's vaguely in the area of the Mech District. It's right next to.
Do you have the name of that inn planned?
No.
You just made that up on the spot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
It's near the mech district.
Near the Mech District, yes. And it's it's probably, I don't know, you're not really exactly sure, but you think it's probably about like 30 minutes from the Mech District.
Okay.
So there's some amount of street performers and stuff that you're just really getting used to in the Dezectric world that are kind of walking through the area. You can see in the distance there's a gate to the Mech District, and the big words in like fancy like brass lettering over the thing that you can read from miles away that just say Mech District, and there's just 2 ever-burning flames that are torching up like 2 yards into the sky from it. It's just this place is run by a human innkeeper who gives you kind of a side eye when you walk in and starts counting heads. Right. Well, what are you looking for a place for the night, or are you looking for something to eat?
Both would be great.
All right. Well, we got a nice porridge on for today. It's fairly warm still. It's a little bit. We made it this morning. We got some extra. Or we got a potato stew with a bit of. I mean, it doesn't have any actual meat in it, just the bone of the pig we slaughtered a few weeks ago. But it's still got a bit of flavor if you like that instead.
Potato stew sounds great to me.
Okay. All right. So is that six around?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Fantastic. He collects a little bit of money from each of you, and then and the lodgings. Is that a full evening, or is this? I mean, I don't know what 6 people might be getting up to in a place like this.
A full night.
Oh, full night. Okay. All right. Say no more. Okay.
Can we get like 3 rooms? How many rooms do you have?
You want 3 rooms? Sure. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's just 2 silvers a room for the nut for each for the night. So the roll.
Give you
1 silver.
per room.
No, what? Roll a persuasion. Yeah.
I'm very persuasive though. Is that the one that I also get below 10? Yes, persuasion. So that's a 19. I can't roll less than 19.
I mean, that's ruining my business. So,
Okay, how about 3 rooms, 4 silver. Wait, yeah, 4 silver.
Still, I'll drop how about 5? Give me 5 silver.
Okay,
I mean,
5 silver.
gee, I got mouths to feed.
With potato soup with no meat in it.
Yeah, I mean that's as best as I can do. What do you think? What do you think I am? I'm not trying to bilk you. I'm just trying to make a living. Anyways, he hands you a trio of keys. They're upstairs around the hall.
Thank you very much.
God,
Can we
freaking
like
pills, man.
grab a table?
I think
Are there other
Honor
people
is
in
gonna
the-
slip him another silver piece as she goes past.
He gives you a kindly wink and then slides into his pocket. Thank you much. The place has got a decent number of patrons. It's not super well staffed. There's a group of tieflings in the corner that are getting loudly drunk. Other than that,
Is this
just
the first time we've seen tieflings other than Honor?
not the first time. They're not like so rare that you never see them.
Okay.
Like they're not as rare as Dragonborn. But they're they're not that rare, but they're just kind of rare.
Are any of them also purple or
No, none of them are
what color?
purple. They're the normal reddish coloration that you're used to.
Well, we should go to that research something, whatever it is we're doing.
Yeah, I'm also not 100% sure if I'm just being paranoid, but I'm interested in who this master is. And I don't know if maybe the head of the Zorsiskan temple would know who would deal in this sort of, I don't know if it's necromancy or what type of magic that they're trying to use for this ritual, but see if she would be aware of anyone who kind of engages in that sort of practice, or even if it might even be this Magnus Arturos. I know I'm focusing on him, but he's really the only one that we know of at the moment.
That was my thinking as well, so I would like to go to the
Yeah, she might have more options.
I also want
Because
to
it's also
tell
like
I also want to tell
all
the
of it.
priestess how the guy is treating his underlings.
Yeah, I'd also wonder if we have the ability to, if we can track this down and stop it before it reaches whoever it's intended for.
All right. While you guys are considering options, the volume in the tavern increases a fair bit. You notice that the tieflings are all marveling something in the corner, and one of them is drunkenly kind of walking around the room, going, "Have you seen this? This is amazing! Look at over here!" And he walks over to you guys. "I am the proud owner of this fantastic timepiece." And he's holding this silver encased pocket watch in front of you. And it's a very nice looking thing, pretty shiny. You can see like little gears inside of it that are turning very specifically. And it says, "I now have what I need to woo my precious darling. Because she's always into the finest of things." You're jealous, I know.
I mean, congratulations. I hope your suit goes very well.
Thank you. Oh, you've wanted one just like myself. Hey, Philbin, check it out. And this other tiefling is like, "Oh God, no, I don't. Hi, he's not. We're not with him. Oh God, never mind him." And tries to ignore whatever this guy is doing, but he won't have any of it. He keeps being like, "Come on, Philbin, say a hi. This is how it works, Philbin. You gotta talk to the nice ladies and show them that you know things and how to have fun." And he plops down into a chair, pulls his mug on the table, and says, "This is fun."
Did you plop down at our table?
Yeah, just kind of sitting with you, like he just didn't realize that he wasn't invited.
Can I do?
Oh God, why did I say something nice?
Can I do an insight check to see
Honor's
if he's
just
like,
like-
acting drunk or really drunk?
Oh yeah, please make an insight check.
18.
As far as you know, he is legitimately drunk.
Okay. You're like, "Okay, buddy, let's get you back to your friends." And I'm gonna
I thought you were my friend now.
maybe later, but I think your friends miss
Oh,
you.
oh,
I'm just gonna like haul him back over.
And
I'd be like-
"I know the way. I've been there." And he swerves around a table before getting back to with his friends. Like, careful with the watch, man. Like, don't break it when you just bought it. And they sit down.
I think Honor is just gonna very subtly heal him so that he sobers up a little bit.
Like healing word, or are you gonna try to like use an actual like level 1 healing spell while he's there?
I have Cure Wounds, so I could also Cure Wounds him too.
I understand that, but I want to make you very aware of the fact that Cure Wounds is a touch spell.
Oh God, no. It is. Healing word it is. Like she'll probably phrase it as something of like, maybe you need to sober up a little bit so that your watch will stay in good, for your sweetheart, so that it will stay in good quality.
Okay, and he kind of like sits down in the chair and he goes, "Well, that's surprisingly sensible. Guys, what time is it, man? Oh, that's right. Oh, I should actually be getting home." Anyways, Philbin, tomorrow night, same place, same time. Yeah, we'll wreck the place, right? And he staggers off, still a little drunk, into the outside.
Before he completely leaves, Perril's just going to say, "Where did you get such a handsome timepiece?"
Oh, I mean, I don't want to brag, but I bought it from Big Hands. It's the newest clockwork store over in the Mech District. Just used to be an absolute crap hole. Worst work I've ever seen, but now, guys just putting out bangers.
Interesting.
Sounds suspicious to me. There was that job about the clockmaker too.
You're right, Zamboni.
Something's going on here with clockmaker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Worth looking
Anything else interesting that we overhear from?
Make a perception check, or at least somebody lead whoever wants to make perception with advantage. One person.
I have
I'll do
plus.
it, I'll do it.
Okay, great. Pretty sure people have more.
Anybody but me.
8. 16.
Plus.
16 plus 8, so it's 24.
24. You hear a couple of people making additional comment on the whole Big Hands store, and they're like, "Oh, really? I guess we should go check that out." It's ever since the portals closed, we've had to rely on a much tighter schedule for our sending and receiving of goods. Timing has been much more important. But that's all that's really interesting going on.
Is there any word about the missing body of Van Leer or
No.
the other grave robbery?
You suspect that's probably old news to your average person at this point?
So did he leave the other tieflings still there, or
He did,
all
yes.
the tieflings?
Yeah, Philbin and the other tiefling are still there.
Hopefully your friend gets home all right. He seemed a little.
Oh my God! I didn't mean. You don't have to come over here. It's totally. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm totally fine. It's okay. And you see, he's got like a piece of paper that he's been drawing on, and like he's just started underlining and making like pictures on it. And it's just like the type of scribbling you do when you're on the phone and you're just keeping your hands busy. And he's strongly like digging in the lines to try to make it I don't know, like darker. And he does not look up into your eyes when you approach.
I mean, I didn't think it was going to be something like that. I just was. I mean, just making sure you both were all right as well.
Yeah, I guess I'm okay. I just he's always he's just a show off, you know, like he's just a show off, so it's okay.
He seemed pretty genuinely excited for something that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's excited and it's cool. But he knows. I mean, I used to I was a watchmaker one day, and like now he's all like talking about how cool his new watch is, and it's like, I mean, it's kind of hurtful, but that's okay. I mean, I'll figure out my own thing. It's fine. It's fine.
Did you work at the store that I've overheard that other people were mentioning another store? Is that the store that you worked at?
Yeah, I got laid off. I was an employee there, and like they hired me and then they fired me, and like now I don't know what to do, and I don't have any good references, and like I just want to work with machines again. And he kind of like is rubbing his horns kind of and because I don't they make sense, right? You know, like a machine, like you do things and you rotate and then you make the thing click and then like it just works. And it's just a sensible thing, and I love them. They're great. They're wonderful. I love them.
I guess that's kind of how I feel about books and magic.
Do you like to read books?
Yes.
I like to read books. I've read lots of books.
I grew up in a library.
Like, did your mom and dad leave you there? What did you
I
eat?
don't know my father.
Oh.
Um,
What did you eat in the
and
library?
I
Did you eat the books? That'd be weird.
no, it was a living tree, and it had a library built into it. And it was essentially an academy for training to be a magical librarian. So
Yeah.
that's what I am.
That's cool. How many books did you read?
A lot. I speak 6 languages, so
You speak 6 languages?
yeah.
And he says a few words to you in Infernal.
Would I have learned enough that I could maybe pick up on some of it?
No, you maybe get the gist of that. It's just kind of like it is the equivalent of when you wear a Metallica shirt and then someone asks you to name some Metallica songs.
I actually don't know Infernal. It's one of the 1 languages I don't know.
Your parents didn't teach you how
I
to speak Infernal? That's weird.
I only knew the human side of my parents,
Oh. Okay.
so I've never met another tiefling before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How old is this guy?
He's like
He sounds
25.
like he sounds like he's like 15. He's like 15, and this is the first time he's ever talked to a girl.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm doing my job, right?
But so like I speak like Celestial and Elvish and Sylvan and Draconic and Dwarvish.
There aren't any dragons. Why do you speak Draconic? That's. I
Have
mean,
you ever read Draconic literature?
no.
It's amazing.
Like, what's it about?
Dragonborn literature is amazing.
Do they talk about like watches or like other stuff? Like, oh,
They
have
talk
you?
about a lot of different things. There's magic and different culture and
One time when I was younger, my dad took me. He's the tiefling. My dad took me to see the turbine in Basilica, and it was the best trip I was ever on.
we just came from Basilica.
That's cool. What are you doing here?
We were delivering something for a friend of ours who's a merchant.
Cool. Do you have some metal? I could try to make you a clock.
Yeah. I give him some.
Thanks. It's gonna take. It's like I can't do it now. It'll take like a while. But like, are you staying at this inn?
Yeah.
Cool. So maybe I'll like maybe I might be here tomorrow at like this time, and maybe I'll have it by then. Maybe not. I don't know. It takes a while. Just like don't get your expectations up because I am obviously an apprentice who is fired from his job. So like it might be a shitty clock. It might suck, but I'm still gonna make it. Okay.
Well, everybody starts out as an apprentice, and it's only through practice that we get better.
Okay. Thank you. That makes me feel better. I'm gonna eat my porridge now.
Okay.
And he goes back to eating his porridge just as predicted.
Are we all sitting together, or did I
No,
suddenly
you
like
left.
join there?
Yeah, you got up and walked over to his table.
Oh God. Okay, I didn't go be that far. I thought that I was like just checking on the guy, and then like just randomly was like, okay,
Oh no!
so now I'm sitting here
Only
next to
the
you.
one drunk guy came up and sat with you. His 2 friends were still over there, so you just walked over there and had this long
Okay.
conversation with this person.
Yeah, I'm gonna return to my friends.
It's good porridge. You should try some.
Imagine all of your friends are just watching you.
I'm just gonna like when you get back, I'm just gonna nudge Honor and like wink at you.
I think she's gonna realize how awkward that was, and she just like is turning beet red and is just like, don't look at me. I've never met another tiefling, and I really wanted to see what another tiefling was like. If you know,
I think he was into you.
you seem nice enough, though. Sometimes being nice is the most important thing. I was raised where my birth family told me that there wasn't anything rewarding about being a tiefling. So having them be nice was important.
There are a lot of nice people in this world. Just because you weren't raised by them doesn't mean that you have to accept every nice person. Don't forget that.
That is a very Peril comment.
Well, at least it meant that my first interaction with another tiefling was a nice one.
I'm glad. Just ignore the drunk one. Fine.
Yeah. No.
And it sounds like he'll be back tomorrow.
Saying everything else, I got a watch out of it for free, so.
Sounds like a win in my book.
Should we get you to that library?
Yes, please get me to the library now. This is more social than I usually am.
All right, great. Let's see. So the Hall of Accords is actually what this is called, and we'll say you guys spend a fairly short amount of time because it turns out it's fairly close to where you had ended up at this bread and breakfast, and it is got a lot of the Lemurian styling to it. Very tall columns, very impressive looking everything, though some of it looks very non-practical, like you would see from a Galvander style structure. And there is a very, very big grinning acolyte at the door when you approach. He walks over to you. This is a half-elf. And he's like, "Are you here to lay claim to a record? Or have you earned a merit that you'd like tattooed on your face?" It doesn't have to be on your face. I just always thought that'd be fun. Like, just like, boom, like some sort of unicorn. You know, like, "Ugh, I ran a mile."
I mean, probably not. But,
Hey, just so you're open to it, I mean, we can do lots of cool stuff here.
good to know.
Are you okay?
Yeah, wait, real quick. You look strong. How much can you bench press?
I mean, I've never done
Oh, there's one right here, and you turn around. And there's like in the side. There's like a little like weight corner of the of this like library where there's a couple of acolytes who are wearing like hoods, and they've got a book in one hand, and they're just like, yeah.
Okay, well, if they've got one right there, then I'm definitely going to test my strength.
At the library.
Welcome to the Lemurian Library. So I would like you to make an athletics check for me.
Okay. 16.
Okay, so you sit down and like, oh, that one was pretty easy. And the guy's like, wow, that one's too easy for him. I'm gonna put some more on. And he's like, whooshunk, whooshunk. And like you do this a couple of times, and he's like, you're a freaking beast. This is amazing. Here, try some of this. And he tries pouring like some like powdery something into your mouth while you're there, and like this will get you amped for hours. And it's like you're not sure what, some kind of protein powder or something.
Oh my god.
Do you have any water?
Yeah, it's always important to stay hydrated.
Yeah.
Here you go. Great job.
Drunk and awkward bros. Okay.
All right, so other than that, like that's not a record for this place, but you did real good. Like I think that was about as good as I could do on a good day.
Thanks. I might
Nice.
come back in the morning when I'm feeling fresh.
Right, yeah, I know how that is. I feel fresh though right now. I'm always fresh. All right, what are we doing? You want to research something? Because I can research so good.
Yes, I can research better.
Oh, all right. Let's get it on. Let's research the history of the magical unit of power, the sham. I don't know shit about that, but I can figure it out real quick. 1, 2, 3, go. Make an investigation check.
This is incredible. Okay. That's That's a 14.
So you go and you're like looking through books trying to find like the thing, and he just freaking like shoves a bookcase of books to the side and grabs one. He rolled a natural 20 on this, and he just like pulls out a book. And he's like, boom! The sham is a magical unit that measures how much magic it takes to make a rat smell like an orange. That's freaking amazing.
I'm going to subtly, but do it. I'm gonna silvery barbs him.
Oh my god! Okay, so go ahead and give me that. He's gonna re-roll.
Use the spell slot.
This is pride. Oh, he rolled a 13 this time, so that's one less than you got, right? Okay, so he like pushes the suitcase, he pulls it out, and he like quotes something, and then you realize it's the wrong thing. He's like, shit, I thought I had the right. God, freaking damn it! All right. And then like there's this almost. I don't know how this keeps happening. There's almost a moment where you both reach for the same book, and like you get there just slightly before him, and his hand presses against you. Like, shit, there's freaking romantic tension up in here now. Oh my god! I was not expecting this. And then you pull it down, and you're like, leaf through it real quick, and you're like, yeah, it says it right here. And you find the information before you're like, shh, freaking, I thought I could do better. Oh, I gotta do more reps.
Research reps.
What's your name?
My name's Bro.
When it comes to research, it's more about reps with your mind rather than physical reps.
No, I do both, man. I'm like jacked in both the mind and the body. I do.
I think I'm gonna use Mage Hand and then pull a book off the shelf and go, see, this is much easier than throwing everything on the ground.
Oh, but it's like you get some workout when you put it all back, right? You know what I mean? Like every second you got to be like making better on that mill.
The problem with that is that then you destroy the books for the long term, so that you can't research in the future.
Okay, Honor, can we maybe like just get to the why are we here?
The DM completely agrees with you. Bro is confused by your comments, however. Okay, so in the library of this Lemurian library, you can use either investigation or athletics to do research.
I can actually help!
Oh my god.
You realize now that some of the books are physically harder to get to because you have to like jump over things, and there's like rings that you have to swing on in order to get to upper layers and stuff.
This is amazing.
So like you can either go investigation or athletics to do stuff here.
I'm just gonna look around and be like, this is my kind of library.
That being said, what is the plan?
I mean, Honor's gonna start investigating.
So for this, I do want you to tell me what you're trying to learn about. And then depending on that, I'll think of a DC in my head for how difficult it'll be to find, and then you can roll.
Okay, I think I'm trying to find out more about what's his face's life, the one whose body we found.
Bandolier? Yeah.
And see if he had any known associates that maybe would be interested, and also see if I can find anything that maybe mentions about what the body parts could be used for. So those two things. So
okay, I'm gonna make you make one roll for each of them because I think they're kind of separate things. Let's go ahead and who else is going to do research here? It sounds like Zakaria is.
Yes.
What do you want to research?
I also have two things, if that's okay.
Okay, it's totally fine.
I would like to research this mad wizard Arcturus.
Magnus Arturos, yes.
And the City of Murmurs. And then separately and for my own purposes, I would like to research Longway and if there's any followers or any records.
Absolutely. Okay, great. Let's start with the first roll for honor, rolling for learning about Bandolier.
That's an 18.
18, great. So you very carefully peruse through the books, right? Bro is kind of like watching you and getting a little twitchy, like, just move them, you know? But you manage to ignore him, and you going through things and putting things out, reading a little bit, and like, no, that's not the right one. And you find what is a merit log for Bandolier. And a lot of these books are merit logs. Oh, I'm currently getting feedback from Anthony from Comrade Questions. I don't know why that happened all of a sudden.
What?
Your name was high. Whenever I talk, I sometimes see your name get show up, and it was causing bounce back to me.
That's weird.
Okay. All right. Anyways,
Is that why we
I think that was what happened before. Maybe if I just talk really loud. No, that's not doing it. I don't know. I mean, I would have gone over when I did the bro bit, like he's loud as F. Crap, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
Right, the merit log for Bandolier brought. So, Lemurian mercenaries, in fact, all the mercenaries have a long list of merits, things that they've done. Sometimes it's basically quests they've achieved. Sometimes it's personal records that they've decided to mark down in the Hall of Accords. Sometimes it's just like little snippets about their life, though they clearly don't think like their marital status or personal life is nearly as important as to, you know, how fast you can run a mile or how many goblins you've killed in one swing or whatever. Bandolier was known as being a swashbuckler. He was sort of like sort of a Puss in Boots kind of like I fear no death kind of person who would go around accepting the most dangerous quests. And was just like a total workaholic. So every day he was pulling stuff off the quest board, going, getting them done, turning it into the Hall of Merits, and getting things completed that way. It sounds like, at least based off of what you're reading here, that it's legit, that it's not like a pretender or somebody who is just taking other people's accomplishments. And some of the things that he has are records, overall records in eyesight, dexterity, and running speed. So he was known, he actually had the fastest mile running time for any human mercenary in record. So he was really fast. They also said that he could see so well that he could quote unquote see through walls at times. And they're not sure if it was like an ESP thing or if he was using magic to do it. They said that he was not a spellcaster, but he could see really well. And then the last thing was that he had some of the finest dexterity that was out there, and he would do miraculous surgeries on people to prevent them from dying at times. That's for the first one. I'm going to go over to Kara, and then we'll come back to your second one. Kara, which one do you want to do first?
I will do the Magnus Arcturus. And I'm doing athletics, right?
Yes.
So 19.
19. All right. So you kind of look around, and like bro's giving you like the double thumbs up. Is like, do it. And like you're like, I don't think there's anything over here, but like maybe if I jumped over that and did a loop through a thing and then climbed up for whatever, you'd find something, and you bounce. It's like American Ninja or something, basically, to find the right book. Yeah. And you get to a point where you have to like hold onto a thing with your feet and reach over and grab like a book, and like somehow it's the right book because this place just works that way. And inside of it, you're like, oh, this has a surprisingly large amount of information about Magnus Arcturus, aka the Stitch Weaver. Magnus is a dragonborn who had he used to be like the small fries like enchanter who became more and more pronounced and more audacious with the type of magic and things that he would do, to the point where he was being shunned by more and more groups. So like, we are not going to deal with this. He's like, hey, if you stitch these creatures together, they have more capabilities. And like to a certain point, even the elves were like, that's a weird way to use animals. And so he was shunned, and it is told that he has created some kind of like massive castle using his array of stitched together minions, mostly out of body parts of the undead near the city of Murmurs. So that's what you've learned about Magnus Arturos. Oh, also that he was a green-skinned dragonborn.
Okay. And his castle is in the city of Murmurs, or he just gets his undead supplies there?
It's near. It's not in it.
It's near it. Okay.
It's like adjacent to it.
Okay.
So he probably goes into town for a few arms and a leg.
Uh-huh.
Look at that, Michaels.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the last thing you said? He has the castle. He gets his.
It just seems weird that we're talking about.
Green skin, green scales.
Before that, something.
Before the middle thing.
Yeah. Well, the second to last thing.
The penultimate thing. I don't remember what's in what order.
I was like, okay, he's.
Well,
been
read back what you
shunned,
have.
He has the castle. He gets undead bits from the city of Murmurs.
The
He has,
castle
like-
was built by his hordes. Maybe?
Okay.
That was I don't know. Hordes, by the way. The word is hordes with a D.
Okay, so he has like a bunch of undead.
It seems pretty suspicious to me that we're investigating missing body parts and a guy who uses undead body parts.
That's why I investigated.
Okay, jumping back over to honor. Honor, your second topic was what to use the parts for, right?
Other question about that. You said it was near the city of Murmurs and not in the city of Murmurs, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just a misheard. I just
Yep.
wanted to double check. Okay, so yeah, I kind of want to see if there's any rituals or anything or spells or something that uses that to be on record. Okay, that is a 29.
Okay, so on record, you can find a lots of accomplishments of various different wizards and that existed in Ellenath. However, it's really not the wizard records where you find the most information. Most of it is actually related to banished Zorsiscan priests. There are some that were considered to go too far in their experiments and in their use of the dead as a resource instead of simply as putting them to rest. It's one thing to prepare somebody and embalm them and make sure that they have a good ever after. It's another if you're trying to use those for, arcane or unorthodox reasons, profane reasons. There's simply no information in this library of exactly what they can do, but there is definitely mentions, of it being a sort of a covered up part of the Zorsiscan ideology or the Zorsiscan groups. Yeah, so that's with a 29. I'm also going to say that you learned that the Temple of Zorsis has been really having a hard time getting a foothold in Ellenath because of their combative, mercenary nature. They often don't really respect the dead. Like the people that die are the weak, inferior people that couldn't get the job done, as opposed to the people that that should get additional work. If that makes sense.
He's so smart. Why is he dead?
Exactly. All right, and back over to Zakaria.
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to research the long way and any followers thereof and any record of where I might find my people. I would like to use my inspiration on them.
Go ahead.
That's worse! Fuck.
What was that?
Do I have to take the second one?
I think you can use either result.
Okay, I think the first one was 9 plus 6, so 15.
15. Okay. So you walk over a free spinning like set of like rollers like that, trying to keep your balance, and you're kind of sweating from the first bit of exertion that you did. For some reason, there's a part with lasers that you had to like backflip through. You don't really get how that makes sense, but you do manage to find a tome that discusses the lesser gods and the ones that are not normally talked about. And inside of this book, it's like an origin of the gods, of the lesser gods. The new primary ones, people just kind of suddenly became aware of at a certain time. The lesser ones seem to just show up here and there in small communities. Like they if they were made themselves aware of to people, it was not in like a grand scale. There is some gaps in understanding in how they came to be, or if they really are gods in the same way as the main gods are. And when it comes to like disappearing Elanwayans, there is no information. I'm sorry.
More questions than answers.
Zakaria, do you want to research the City of Murmurs, or do you want to do that together, or?
So you're talking to her, she's like way up there, like looking down.
Well,
There's
I'm
like
like
a...
hanging
Darn
from
it.
one finger. I do like a message of like,
Okay.
Sure, we can work together on that.
So the question is, you've seen Star Wars. Could you wear honor like a backpack?
Oh, I could absolutely wear honor like a backpack.
Because if you guys are talking about like collaborating, that's what I'm seeing right now. Is like honor is just kind of like Yoda-ing on your back, and you're jumping through things while she's like, that way.
That sounds amazing. Yeah, do that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So either of you can roll your related thing with advantage. You have to decide who is going to be doing the
what's
primary
your-
roll.
I think
I have expertise in investigation.
Yeah, you have
so-
you have a bigger plus, right?
Yeah, I have a +10.
Yeah, you go for it.
All right, absolutely roll with advantage.
Okay, that is a 24.
24, nice. So the City of Murmurs, there aren't a lot of quests of people being sent in there. Almost all of them are done by Zorsiskans who needed additional help. It's normally like, we're sending a major expedition, we're sending all these people in to try to figure stuff out, and then people will join on. Almost all of them have a very high mortality rate. So of the you suspect at a quick glance that roughly 70 to 80% of the people that go into the City of Murmurs never come back out again. There is like commentary in the side notes of like the merits pages discussing numbers and stuff related to the origin of the City of Murmurs. Some of this you kind of know that it involved what used to be the capital city of Acopia, which was just called Capital City. And at some point around before the day of final rest, there was like a massive worldwide magical event
I
that
remember it like it was 4 years ago.
yes, that caused apparently all of the undead that were like hidden away in this hidden place called the Twilight Archives to come running out. The Whispering Hall, not the Twilight Archives. The Whispering Hall to come running out and just like covering the area with undead. So it is loud. There's much undead vocalization there. And it is just it is a completely wild area at this point, and even the Zorsiskans don't really want to go in there. It is too dangerous.
Do places that sell like magical items sell stifle muffs? Is that something you can buy?
It is a well-kept secret of the Zorsiskan church. How
Can
to
you
make
buy them from the Zorsiskans?
You can generally buy them from them, yeah. I think we talked about that, but it's like they're considered like relics, so it's not
We're
cheap.
very unwilling to
Yeah,
even talk about like any of that.
yeah.
Giving us any before. But maybe in this city they'll be more willing.
I don't think we can go to
the.
the City of Whispers without 6 of those.
Oh, for sure, City Murmurs. Yeah.
City of Murmurs, yeah.
I think you are correct. So, I think our next stop is
So-
the Quiet Place.
I want to go to someone that sells
If-
magic things because I've got all this money. It
Yeah,
could
we
be
should
of
do that.
use.
Let's do it. Is there anything else
So we
that
know
wanna
now that
research?
Magnus or Churros is not in the City of Murmurs, so we don't necessarily have to go into the City of Murmurs. We just need to find him. But he controls enough stitched together abomination things that could be undead-like that we probably want to get more stifle muffs. But we probably also want to research maybe getting transport there, like getting either like a wagon
Yeah,
or horses or
Yeah.
something.
For sure.
Is
Well,
my
that
thought.
wolf thing we fought wasn't undead, was it?
Not necessarily, no. So
And it's definitely stitched together, though.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
together.
but it wasn't done with magic, and it seems he's using magic to do it.
I don't remember the specifics, but I feel like the specifics of that monster lined up very closely with what he did.
Yeah.
Like
Jeremy specifically said to me that it was using actual thread and wasn't magically stitched together.
Could there be two different like necromancers? Like
That's
maybe
the other.
one who's like I don't know competing with this Magnus fellow.
And we might not actually know how he's doing it. We might be making the assumption that he's doing it magically, but it might be something else.
I mean, given that he was an enchanter and everything like that, so there's has to be some kind of magic element to it. So it could be a combination of different techniques too. So it could involve actual thread and everything like that.
Yeah.
But I think we definitely want to find stifle muffs for everybody. And I think we want to find transport because if we want to go there and make it back,
Yeah, we're gonna need faster travel than we have now, and we don't want to use teleportation magic because of descent.
so some kind of transport, if it's a horse, something, just some way to make it faster to get there and back. So whether or not we just get like a cart with like a couple of horses that pull
Yeah.
it, you know, that could be cheaper than getting horses for all 6 of us
Yeah.
or things like that.
If we're getting horses, we just need 5 because I can make a magic one for myself.
True.
I think that horses in a cart is often not faster than walking. It's just easier, but I don't know.
I mean, it depends on if we do like a chariot style versus, you know,
Well-
like, I know.
I would assume the roads aren't that good.
Well, how much art was
I don't think a chariot holds 6 people.
I'd be surprised if the roads were good enough to pull something
But you
quickly
can
on
get
them.
2 or 3 people in a chariot
You can also-
because they used to have like the bearers with them in the chariots.
Totally
We could even
true.
just get, like,
I just think it's. I've never heard a party be like, "We need chariots." Before. That is.
I don't.
We ride in style or we don't ride at all.
Yeah, I know.
One person drive, the other person uses their arrow.
Yeah.
And we're getting war chariots, so they have to have spikes on
Right,
the
spikes on the wheels.
You know?
And then we can race each other.
Oh man, the Lemurus are gonna love that. Lemurians.
I guess we know where to go look for
I mean, we
chariots.
already have chariots, so.
Before we leave, can Peril look for 2 things real quick?
Absolutely. Using investigation or athletics.
Investigation.
Oh.
Can I aid her? That way she gets advantage?
Yeah, I guess you can aid her. Yeah.
Okay. She's going to be looking for anything about Aladade, the name
Okay.
Aladade, anywhere.
Okay.
And anything about Grant de Roth, any clues about what happened after he was king?
All right. Which one are you doing first?
Adelaide.
Okay.
Aladade.
Holiday. Yeah.
Nope, a 7 and a 6.
And what was your bonus?
Oh, it's only +1.
Oh yeah.
So,
Sorry, you don't find
Yeah.
anything on Alidade.
a 6 and a 17 for Daroth.
All right. Interesting. So going through the history of the Dragonborn, well, really just like the government, and there is a litany of jobs related to government practices and government needs that are very old. So you had to kind of like look through a lot of areas before you found this. And it's so you see things like requested by Grant Daroth, requested by Grant Daroth, and at some point it turns into requested by Grant Acopia, requested by Grant Acopia type of thing after he ascended to kinghood. There is one final one of these entries where it looks like it was a completed merit that the person could not turn into the requester, who was Grant Acopia, because he had gone missing. And there is a note written in the margins that says, hot tip, may need to look in the Feywild.
Are we going to the Feywild? Harold's going to the Feywild.
Crossover episode.
Road trip.
I don't think our compass will point to the Feywild for us.
I don't think so.
Which direction is the
Somewhere once we're in the
Feywild?
Feywild, well,
Yeah.
Does
Yes.
Lassiter have
it
a
might be in the
portal
Feywild.
that goes to the Feywild?
You don't know.
Harold was pissed about Aladade and now is extremely pleased.
I mean, I don't want to undermine, but like, is it possible for then Honor, when she sees that Peril gets very annoyed with not finding anything on Aladade, maybe tries
Since
to
you
investigate
were
it?
already helping her with that, I'm going to say no, because that was what that represented.
Today I will try to find it then.
Yeah.
Or look for it elsewhere.
Yeah.
But, well, I think that for most of our purposes, this was a very helpful trip. Very interesting library.
Very interesting.
I think Honor hates this library. She's like, they went to the books. These damn books.
And like Bro is just sitting there with an entire bookshelf like that he's lifting up and doing lifts with, and like occasionally a book falls off, and you're like trying to catch it before it hits the ground.
I think Honor's like, she had like had her back turned, and then she turned around and was just like, oh. Okay, so what time of day are we at now?
I'm going to say that was probably a pretty long endeavor. So let's say like 9 p.m. Like you guys have been there for a good chunk of the evening.
Want to go back to the inn now and start fresh tomorrow when maybe everybody's the effects from the undead have maybe worn off, hopefully, for some people.
And then maybe tomorrow we go to the Zorsiskin temple.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Maybe we can source some rides for
Yeah, that's it.
and go shopping.
Yeah.
And possibly go shopping.
All right.
Shopping.
You guys take a step outside of the Hall of the Accords, and a rock troll made of a creature of living rock runs right past you at incredible speeds. Just whoomp, you can barely see it, but there's just a moment where you see like this creature zipping by. And those of you with passive perception of 14 or higher.
Not me.
Yes. Got that.
18.
16.
Minus 14.
All right. So you guys see as it zips by that while it has one rocky leg made of rock, the other is a stitched on human leg that looks like a peg leg compared to the rest of its body. And that's where we're going to end the session for tonight.
What did you say, Jeremy? What was the
That's
answer?
where we're going to end the session for today.
Oh.
Oh, and there's also someone going, "Stop, thief!"
He's clearly been stealing body parts at the very least.
Mhm.
Nice.
Mhm.